Chapter 1159. However, Yao Yueya had always been magnanimous in front of the world. Naturally, he would not show any anger because of Yi Xian's unreasonable words. This was the opposite of his way of doing things. Although Yao Yueya would not blame Yi Xian, it did not mean that others would let Yi Xian go. "Insolent junior, you killed my 10,000 spirit palaces people before. This palace master has yet to settle the score with you, and now you are being rude to Jiulingzi. It seems that I can only kill you here today." Venerable Sky Tyrant was furious as he strode towards Yi Xian. Divine light of creation surrounded him as if he was going to attack Yi Xian in the next moment. "Sky Tyrant, do you want to break your promise?" Although Butian Pavilion Master looked down on Yi Xian, he did not dare to disobey the sect master's order. No matter what, he would not let anyone kill Yi Xian. Venerable Sky Tyrant was no exception. "You." Venerable Sky Tyrant's expression changed as his aura suddenly dissipated. One must know that he had received Butian Pavilion Master's 9 Clouds Immortal Ganoderma and promised not to make things difficult for Yi Xian. As a Hall Master, he had to keep his word. If he were to break his promise and spread the news of this matter, he would probably be ridiculed by others. Yao Yueya said indifferently, "Senior Sky Tyrant, please don't be angry. Since you have made a promise, our 10,000 spirit palace will not break it." "Yes, Lingzi." Venerable Sky Tyrant hurriedly bowed, but there was a trace of regret in his eyes. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have agreed to Pavilion Master Butian's request. He originally wanted to kill Yi Xian to curry favor with Yao Yuyi, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be possible. "Humph, I did promise you that I would not make things difficult for him, but you also promised to bring him to apologize. Since it is an apology, then you should show your sincerity. Now, kneel down and kowtow to apologize." Venerable Sky Tyrant sneered. Although he could not kill Yi Xian, he could make him kneel at Jiulingzi's feet and humiliate him. This could be considered as venting for Jiulingzi. This. Butian Pavilion Master frowned. He did not expect Venerable Sky Tyrant to make things so difficult for Yi Xian. This also made him look at Yi Xian. Sure enough, he saw a cold smile on Yi Xian's face. How could he kneel and apologize? "Kneel or die." Venerable Sky Tyrant roared. "Die. You." Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the ground exploded. Yi Xian took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet split into two. An extremely terrifying chaotic holy light spread out. "Yi Xian, step back. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." The heaven-mending Pavilion Master's expression greatly changed as he loudly scolded Yi Xian. He never thought that Yi Xian would be so bold as to shout at Venerable Sky Tyrant. He was simply courting death. Good, good, good. Venerable Sky Tyrant was so angry that he laughed and said, "Heaven-mending Pavilion Master, you saw it. It's not that I didn't give him a chance, it's that he was seeking his own death." Boom! The holy light of creation Tong Tian pierced through the ground. Venerable Sky Tyrant took a step forward and raised his 5 fingers. It was as if he was holding up the entire sky. The holy light of creation that could explode all living things directly slammed down on Yi Xian. Dodge! Heaven-mending Pavilion Master couldn't help in time and anxiously roared at Yi Xian. Although Venerable Sky Tyrant is only at the life and death creation realm, he has already grasped the power of life. This person is just a little Saint King. He will die without a doubt. Yao Yueya said indifferently as if he could already see Yi Xian's tragic death. "You want to kill me? You're still far from it." Yi Xian laughed maniacally and similarly slammed his palm towards Venerable Sky Tyrant without any intention of dodging. Bang! The two people's attacks instantly collided. However, the next scene shocked everyone on the spot. There were even sounds of people sucking in cold breaths. Yi Xian was sent flying while Venerable Sky Tyrant took 3 steps back. The ground beneath his feet had 3 large pits. How is this possible? Yao Yueya suddenly stood up. The indifferent expression on his face was gone. Instead, he looked at Yi Xian in shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Not only Yao Yueya, but everyone on the spot was stupefied. They couldn't believe that Yi Xian could survive Venerable Sky Tyrant's attack and even force Venerable Sky Tyrant to take 3 steps back. This. Heaven-mending Pavilion Master muttered as he looked at Yi Xian in shock. He couldn't understand. Yi Xian was only a little Saint King. How could he burst out with such a terrifying cultivation? You're courting death. Venerable Sky Tyrant roared in anger. He didn't expect Yi Xian's battle strength to be so terrifying. Not only did he block his attack, he even forced him to take 3 steps back. Although Venerable Sky Tyrant had the upper hand, his opponent was only a Saint King. He was a whole realm higher than his opponent. This was simply a great humiliation. Junior, I want you to die. Venerable Sky Tyrant roared in anger. The entire 10,000 Spirit Palace shook violently. It was obvious that he didn't hold back and wanted to use all of his cultivation to kill Yi Xian. Only then would he be able to wash away his humiliation. There are many people who want me dead. You're far from enough. Yi Xian walked back with large strides. Just now, Venerable Sky Tyrant's attack caused his blood to surge. Fortunately, his body was extremely strong and was able to withstand Venerable Sky Tyrant's attack. Of course, Yi Xian also knew that Venerable Sky Tyrant had just casually attacked and didn't show his true battle strength. However, he wasn't afraid at all. If he wanted to carry out his plan of killing with a borrowed knife, he had to show his own strength. He couldn't let the people of Myriad Spirit Palace look down on him. Only then could they believe his lies. Rumble. Yi Xian unleashed his full strength and burst forth with a might that caused one's heart to palpitate. On the other hand, Venerable Sky Tyrant's expression was as gloomy as water. The divine light of creation was already surging like a tide, and his gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with killing intent. Stop. Wait. Suddenly, at this critical moment, 2 voices rang out at the same time. It was the Heaven-mending Pavilion Master and Yao Yueya. Butian Pavilion Master naturally couldn't let Venerable Sky Tyrant kill Yi Xian. Yao Yueya saw Yi Xian's battle strength and had other thoughts in his heart. Naturally, he couldn't let Venerable Sky Tyrant take action. Lingzi, if I don't kill this person, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Venerable Sky Tyrant's face turned red. Sky Tyrant, are you going to disobey? Yao Yueya's face turned cold. There was no longer any trace of peace on his face. A blood-red moonlight rose behind him and an extremely demonic aura spread out, giving people a heart-palpitating feeling. Hiss. Venerable Sky Tyrant sucked in a breath of cold air and instantly recovered. He hurriedly bowed to Yao Yueya and said, Sky Tyrant doesn't dare. Lingzi, please calm down. Back down. Yao Yueya narrowed his eyes. His voice was as cold as the 9th Lingzi's supreme majesty. It made Venerable Sky Tyrant's forehead drip with cold sweat. He hurriedly retreated behind Yao Yueya, not daring to say anything. It wasn't that Venerable Sky Tyrant was afraid of Yao Yueya's cultivation. He was truly afraid of Yao Yueya's identity because a single word from him could make him die without a burial place. Brother Yi, my 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace will never bully the weak. Venerable Sky Tyrant attacked you in a moment of anger. I hope Brother Yi doesn't mind. Yao Yueya bowed to Yi Xian with an apologetic look on his face. Heh. Looking at Yao Yueya's hypocritical appearance, Yi Xian sneered and said, Brother Yao is so powerful. The Lingzi's name is indeed extraordinary. Yao Yueya wasn't angered by Yi Xian's mockery. Instead, He looked at Yi Xian with a smile and said, "My 10,000 spirit sky palace has a clear distinction between seniority and inferiority. We've let Brother Yi see a joke. However, Brother Yi has killed my 10,000 spirit sky palace's people. Although you don't have to kneel and apologize, you still have to give us an explanation, right?" "Explanation?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "All right, then I'll give you an explanation. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with it." Chapter 1160. In fact, Yao Yeyue no longer wanted to make things difficult for Yi Xian. He only wanted to give Yi Xian a way out because Yi Xian's battle prowess had shocked him. He even had some unknown thoughts about Yi Xian. "Oh." Yao Yue pretended to be surprised and said, "Seems like Brother Yi is already prepared." "Humph," Venerable Sky Tyrant coldly snorted and said, "Either kneel down and apologize or die here. Do you think you can get away with this by pretending to be mysterious?" At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xian, and Yi Xian was smiling under everyone's gazes. "Gai, Tian, Yuan." Yi Xian softly said, and the three simple words echoed in everyone's ears. "What Gai Tian Yuan? What are you talking about?" Venerable Sky Tyrant frowned and scolded Yi Xian impatiently. "Gai Tian Yuan." Pavilion Master Bu Tian whispered. His originally calm expression gradually changed. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Xian. He was stunned on the spot, and his eyes were filled with shock. "Gai Tian Yuan." Yao Yue seemed to have thought of something. His face instantly turned red as he looked at Yi Xian. Even his voice became extremely trembling. "Brother Yi. Could it be that the Gai Tian Yuan you're talking about, is the Gai Tian Yuan from the Tianyuan kingdom?" Yao Yue trembled and said that a single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. When Yao Yue's words were thrown into chaos, everyone present cried out in alarm. Venerable Sky Tyrant instantly recalled the legend of Gai Tianyuan, and his originally contemptuous expression instantly turned sluggish. "That's right, it's him. Seems like Brother Yao has also heard of this person's legend." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Gai Tianyuan, the Tianyuan battle body of the 10th Yin Gathering. He was once a strong contender for the 10th Yin Gathering. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of my Hall Master. The entire Tianyuan kingdom was destroyed along with him. Almost everyone knows about this." Yao Yue quickly said. Yi Xian said with a strange smile, "What if I say he's not dead?" "Impossible." Suddenly, Venerable Sky Tyrant and Pavilion Master Bu Tian spoke at the same time. They were obviously shocked by Yi Xian's bold words. Venerable Celestial Tyrant refuted, "Back then, Lord of all Spirits personally killed Gai Tianyuan and buried the Tianyuan kingdom. How could Gai Tianyuan still be alive? Did you see Gai Tianyuan die with your own eyes, or did the Lord of all Spirits tell you?" Yi Xian sneered. "You. This is something everyone knows," Venerable Sky Tyrant said with an ugly expression. "Ignorant." Yi Xian smiled coldly, which made Venerable Sky Tyrant's face turn red. He looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. "Brother Yi Xian, could it be that Gai Tianyuan is still alive? But how do you know?" Yao Yue's eyes moved as he humbly asked Yi Xian for guidance. Sigh. Yi Xian pretended to sigh and slowly began to narrate. "A million years ago, Great Spirit Sage King said that he had discovered the ruins of the Tianyuan kingdom and led me, Yin Hai Sage King, and the others into the Tianyuan kingdom to search for treasures. Who would have thought that Great Spirit Sage King had already been controlled by Gai Tianyuan?" As Yi Xian spoke, a half-truth half-lie slipped out of his mouth. As the saying went, if a lie wanted to be believed, only half-truths could deceive others. Yi Xian was mostly telling the truth, but he hid the fact that he had obtained the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. He even framed everyone by telling them that Gai Tianyuan had obtained the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. Moreover, Yi Xian spoke clearly, so everyone had no choice but to believe him. You mean that Gai Tianyuan didn't die back then, but a wisp of his soul was trapped in the Tianyuan kingdom. Not only did he escape, but he also obtained the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. Yao Yueye pretended to be calm, but if one were to look closely, they would notice that his lips were trembling. It was obvious that his heart was in turmoil. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. Brother Yi, it's not that I'm doubting you, but since Gai Tianyuan killed Yinhai Holy King and the others, why didn't he kill you? Even if Gai Tianyuan was only left with a wisp of his soul, if he wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to escape. Yao Yueye was indeed smart and directly pointed out the crux of the matter. He looked at Yi Xian with a puzzled expression, hoping to see if Yi Xian was lying. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's expression was extremely sincere, and he didn't seem to be panicking in the slightest. He didn't seem to be a liar at all, which caused Yao Yueye to frown. Could it be that what he said was true? I'm not talented, but I have a life-saving method. It was thanks to this method that I was able to escape from Gai Tianyuan's evil hands. Yi Xian pretended to sigh. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Yao Yueye already believed most of it. After all, everyone had their own trump cards, so Yi Xian's explanation was reasonable. Why should we believe you? Venerable Sky Tyrant said coldly. Haha. Yi Xian laughed loudly and said, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. After all, telling you this secret won't benefit me in any way. However, since I killed your 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace's people, I'll use this secret as compensation. Of course, I also have my own selfish motives. After all, only I know the secret that Gai Tianyuan is still alive. He definitely wants to kill me to silence me, so that's why I'm telling you this secret. As Yi Xian's words fell, Yao Yueye was already 90% convinced. Just as Yi Xian said, this secret wouldn't benefit him in any way. The safest way was to tell the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. Thank you for telling me, Brother Yi. You've helped my 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace a lot. Yao Yueye bowed towards Yi Xian and thanked him repeatedly. This time, Yao Yueye truly wanted to thank Yi Xian. He definitely didn't have any false intentions. This information was too important to him, and it was a huge opportunity. Not to mention that Gai Tianyuan was an enemy of the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace, just the Chaos Star Master inheritance in his hands was extremely important. If Yao Yueye could obtain the Chaos Star Master inheritance, even if he couldn't become the next Yuan Hui's strongest, it would still be an excellent choice for him to become this Yuan Hui's Chaos Star Master. Yao Yueye almost completely believed Yi Xian. Not only did Yi Xian tell him this secret, but he also knew about Gai Tianyuan. Yao Yueye was the 9th spirit son of the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. As a spirit son, he had great authority and knew many secrets that others didn't know. And Yao Yueye just so happened to know one secret. Back then, the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Lord had personally stepped into the Tianyuan kingdom to find the Chaos Star Master inheritance. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Lord returned empty-handed. However, Yao Yueye remembered this matter in his heart. Now that he combined it with Yi Xian's words, Yao Yueye was absolutely certain that Gai Tianyuan was definitely still alive and had obtained the Chaos Star Master inheritance. Brother Yi, you've helped my 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace a lot. My 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace definitely won't mistreat you. Just tell me what you want. My 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace will definitely fulfill your wish. Yao Yueye was full of smiles. I heard that the 10,000 Spirit Palace in the 10,000 Spirit Palace has a 10,000 Spirit Treasury. I want to go in and take a look. I wonder if Brother Yao will allow me to go in and take a look. As the saying went, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. Yi Xian naturally had to accept benefits that were delivered to his doorstep. Chapter 1161. Venerable Sky Tyrant's expression changed as he shouted at Yi Xian, "How dare you? How can you enter the Myriad Spirit Treasury?" There were too many treasures in the Myriad Spirit Treasury. Even if he wanted to enter, he had to ask for permission from the main palace. It's fine. Since Brother Yi wants to enter, this spiritual son can let Brother Yi choose 3 treasures. This can be considered my Myriad Spirit Heavenly Palace's sincerity to Brother Yi. Yao Yueya smiled. Spiritual son, you can't. The Myriad Spirit Treasury, Venerable Sky Tyrant anxiously tried to dissuade him, but before he could finish, Yao Yueya's expression turned cold. Are you going to disobey this spiritual son's orders? I don't dare. Venerable Sky Tyrant's mind trembled as he hurriedly bowed towards Yao Yueya. His entire body was filled with fear. I don't think you have the guts. Yao Yueya coldly snorted before turning to look at Yi Xian with a smile. Brother Yi Xian and I feel like old friends at first sight. I would like to invite Brother Yi Xian to stay here for a few days. I wonder if Brother Yi would do me the honor. Looking at Yao Yueya's sincere appearance, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. It was clear that the other party was still worried about him and wanted him to stay. If he was lying, the other party would definitely not let him go. Now, even if he wanted to leave, Yao Yueya would not let him go. However, Yi Xian was already prepared because he'd already expected this. Moreover, he didn't want to leave at all. After all, he still needed the 10,000 Spirit Palace to accomplish this. Then this Yi will be disturbing your sect. Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian, you. Pavilion Master Butian's face was ashen. He did not expect Yi Xian to know such a big secret and even told it to Yao Yueya. Damn brat, why didn't you tell me this earlier? This is related to the inheritance of the Primal Chaos Star Masters. Pavilion Master Butian's chest was about to explode. He hated Yi Xian to the extreme. Pavilion Master Butian, you are a guest from afar, so please stay here for a few days. Venerable Sky Tyrant coldly looked at Butian Pavilion Master. The other elders also slowly surrounded him. A sharp aura enveloped Butian Pavilion Master's body. Clearly, Gai Tianyuan was still alive, and he even had the inheritance of a Chaos Star Master. This secret could not be leaked, and the All Spirits Palace could not let the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master leave now. Naturally, Butian Pavilion Master also knew this. He did not want to put up a stubborn resistance. After all, he was not Sky Tyrant Venerable's opponent. Moreover, this was his territory. Even if he fought to the death, he would not be able to escape. Alright, then this Pavilion Master will stay here for a few days. Pavilion Master Butian said gloomily. Men, bring Brother Yi to the Myriad Spirits Treasury, Yao Yueya ordered. Thank you, Brother Yao. Yi Xian faintly smiled and left the 10,000 Spirits Palace under the guidance of a guard. The Butian Pavilion Master also left under the guidance of another guard. The entire 10,000 Spirits Palace suddenly became quiet. Close the door. As Yi Xian and Butian Pavilion Master left, the smile on Yao Yueya's face disappeared. He strode to the main seat and sat down. The door of the 10,000 Spirits Palace also closed with a rumble. I do not wish for anyone else to know about today's secret. Everyone here is a disciple of my 10,000 Spirits Palace. If anyone spreads this news, then don't blame this spirit for being merciless. Yao Yueya no longer had a peaceful expression. A blood moon rose behind him, and an extremely terrifying chill spread out. Venerable Sky Tyrant and the others bowed to the side to express their loyalty. Congratulations, Spirit. As long as you can obtain the inheritance of a Chaos Star Master, your future will be limitless. Venerable Sky Tyrant bowed. Sky Tyrant, this spirit knows that you have always wanted to return to the Grand Central Territory. I can promise you that as long as you help me with this matter, you will be this spirit's follower from now on. Not only will you be able to return to the Grand Central Territory, but if I become a Chaos Star Master in the future, I will not forget your contribution today, Yao Yueya said majestically. Thank you, Spirit. I will never dare to betray you. Otherwise, I will be destroyed by the heavens. Venerable Sky Tyrant expressed his loyalty and repeatedly said words of gratitude. We pledge our lives to follow you, Spirit. Rumble. All the elders and disciples knelt down to express their loyalty. This caused Yao Yueya to smile as a trace of satisfaction flashed through his eyes. Spirit, since we already know that Gai Tianyuan is still alive, how do we find him? Venerable Sky Tyrant asked. Humph, Yao Yueya sneered, Gai Tianyuan is only left with a wisp of his soul, and his cultivation is only at the creation realm at most. Moreover, he can't even unleash the true cultivation of the creation realm. If I'm not wrong, he urgently needs a suitable body. Spirit, you mean? Venerable Sky Tyrant said hesitantly. Pass down this spirit's decree. Tell all the disciples of the Myriad Spirit Palace to mobilize everyone to search for the man born on the first day of the first month of the first lunar month. If you find this person, bring him to the Myriad Spirit Palace. This spirit will also reward you. Remember, do not alert the enemy. Do not attract the attention of the outside world. Yao Yueya said in a deep voice. Yes. Venerable Sky Tyrant bowed. However, he frowned and looked at Yao Yueya. Spirit, aren't you afraid that Yi Xian is lying to us? Lying? Yao Yueya said with a chilling smile, he wouldn't dare. If he really deceived this spiritual son, then he will die in this spiritual son's hands and regret being born into this world. You all can go. Yao Yueya waved his hand. Venerable Sky Tyrant hurriedly called the elders and disciples to leave the Myriad Spirit Palace. They were obviously following Yao Yueya's orders to search for the man born on the first day of the first lunar month of the first lunar month. Following Venerable Sky Tyrant's departure, Yao Yueya's face was rosy and bewitching. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gai Tianyuan, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Originally, this spirit came to the great southern Dou region to enter the Tianyuan kingdom to search for the inheritance of the Chaos Star Master. It seems that this is an opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens. Yao Yueya whispered with a strange smile. On the other side. Myriad Spirit Treasury. The bronze door was old and mottled. As the door rumbled open, Yi Xian walked in with a smile on his face. He also entered the Myriad Spirit Treasury. Yi Xian wasn't worried at all whether the Myriad Spirit Palace could find Gai Tianyuan. He believed that whether it was Yao Yueya or Venerable Sky Tyrant, they would definitely have a way to find Gai Tianyuan. The 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace was in charge of the 10th Yuan Hui. Their power and background were definitely not something that Yi Xian could imagine. It was almost impossible for Yi Xian to find Gai Tianyuan, but when it came to the 10,000 Spirit Palace, this kind of impossibility became possible. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to happily choose the treasures he wanted in the Myriad Spirit Treasury and wait for Gai Tianyuan to appear. Then, he would carry out the next step of his plan. Chapter 1162. Myriad Spirit Treasury. Yi Xian's eyes were dazzling and colorful. Yi Xian's eyes had already narrowed from the piercing light of the treasures. The Myriad Spirit Treasury wasn't big, but the treasures it contained were all precious treasures. 5-colored mysterious stone. Blue water crystal. 9 flame blue water pearl. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Xian looked around as he walked. He pursed his lips, and his eyes were filled with greed. It had to be said that the Myriad Spirit Treasury was full of good stuff. Any one of them could attract people to fight for it. Whether it was elixirs, spiritual weapons, cultivation techniques, or spiritual items, it could be said that it had everything. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes froze for a moment. An earthen yellow bead entered his line of sight, causing Yi Xian to quickly step forward and take the earthen yellow spirit bead in his hand. Chaos Earth Elemental Bead. Yi Xian was stunned. He never thought that he would find a Chaos Earth Elemental Bead in the myriad spirit treasury. It was one of the necessary materials to cultivate the outer body incarnation. In order to cultivate the outer body incarnation, one must gather the Chaos 5 elemental beads. Yi Xian was preparing for this, but he didn't expect to find the Earth Elemental Bead so easily. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. He then continued to search in the myriad spirit treasury to see if he could find the other 5 elemental beads. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't find any other 5 elemental beads after walking through the entire myriad spirit treasury. It was obvious that he was extremely lucky to find the Earth Elemental Bead. Let me take 3 treasures out. Yi Xian rubbed his chin as he pondered. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he wanted to take all the treasures in the myriad spirit treasury for himself. However, Yi Xian also knew that if he took all the treasures, Yao Yueya and Venerable Sky Tyrant wouldn't agree to it. There would definitely be a dispute. This myriad spirit treasury is indeed rich. There are even items to assist in the cultivation of an avatar. As long as I can find the other 4-5 elemental beads, I will be able to cultivate an avatar. But I don't need to rush. I'll leave the treasures here for now. After I kill Gai Tianyuan, I'll take them all. Yi Xian murmured to himself. He temporarily gave up on the idea of looting the 10,000 spirits treasury. Brother Yi, have you picked the treasure you want? Suddenly, Yao Yueya's voice came from outside the treasury, causing Yi Xian to come back to his senses. He took the primal earth elemental bead and headed outside. Outside the 1,000 spirits treasury. Yao Yuyi stood with his hands behind his back, clearly waiting for Yi Xian to come out of the 10,000 spirit treasury. His whole person once again became cultured and refined, with a refined smile on his face. Thank you for your generosity, Brother Yao. Yi Xian strode out of the 1,000 spirits treasury with a similar smile on his face. However, when Yao Yueya saw the earth elemental bead in Yi Xian's hand, his eyes narrowed slightly before returning to normal. Brother Yi has good eyesight. This primal earth elemental bead is a rare treasure. I didn't expect Yi Xian to recognize it. Yao Yueya smiled. Brother Yao is too kind. It's just that my cultivation method is compatible with this bead, so I'll have to trouble Brother Yao. Yi Xian laughed. It's fine, it's fine. However, Brother Yi only wants this treasure. I promise to let you pick any 3. Yao Yueya said with a deeper meaning. One shouldn't be too greedy. This earth elemental bead is enough. This Yi is already satisfied. How would I dare to ask for more? Yi Xian smiled. Good, good, good. I didn't misjudge you. Brother Yi is indeed an outstanding person. Yao Yueya complimented. Brother Yi, we feel like old friends today. Why don't we have a drink? Firstly, I want to be friends with you. Secondly, it's about Gai Tianyuan. Yao Yueya invited. I have the same intention. Yi Xian naturally knew that Yao Yueya was still worried about him. He naturally agreed and the two left side by side. One had to admit that the 10,000 Spirits Palace was indeed worthy of being the orthodoxy in charge of the 10th Yuan Hui. Even this small sub-palace had an extremely terrifying foundation. In just a short year, 4 men born on the first day of the first lunar month of the first lunar month were found by the 10,000 Spirits Palace. Venerable Sky Tyrant also brought these 4 men back to the 10,000 Spirits Palace. After a year of getting along, Yao Yueya and Yi Xian had already become brothers. They would sit down and discuss cultivation almost every day. In the beginning, Yao Yueya only wanted to probe Yi Xian's background and ask about Gai Tianyuan. However, as the two of them got closer, Yao Yueye was surprised to find that although Yi Xian had a mortal body, Yi Xian's knowledge of cultivation was definitely not below his. Later on, Yao Yueye really began to admire Yi Xian. He even wanted to take him under his wing. He even promised Yi Xian many benefits. Unfortunately, Yi Xian tactfully refused. Yao Yueye did not force him either. He believed that as long as he gradually revealed his cultivation and foundation, Yi Xian would definitely submit to him. During this period, Yi Xian and Yao Yueye naturally sparred for a while. However, Yi Xian was defeated every time. Of course, Yi Xian did not use his full strength. He only displayed the strength of his physical body. This was only to make Yao Yueye lower his guard. However, Yi Xian also knew that Yao Yueye was also holding back. Yao Yueye's Yao Yueye combat body sect gave him a sense of danger. Obviously, this was where Yao Yueye was truly terrifying. 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. Ling Zi, I've brought back the people you wanted. Venerable Sky Tyrant strode into the 10,000 Spirit Sub-Palace. Behind him were 4 young men. There were mortals and cultivators among them. The highest cultivation was in the minor saint realm. You were all born on the first day of the first month of the first year. Yao Yueye sat on the main seat and looked down at the 4 people. The 4 people trembled and quickly knelt on the ground to kowtow to Yao Yueye. We were born on the first day of the first month of the first year. The 4 people trembled as they spoke. Good, very good. Yao Yueye clapped his hands and laughed. However, in the next moment, his smile disappeared. A ray of demonic blood light flashed across his eyes. Sky Tyrant, kill 3 of them for me. Yao Yueye ordered coldly. Yes, Ling Zi. Venerable Sky Tyrant was startled at first, but he still obeyed Yao Yueye's order and slapped 3 of them. As the 4 people screamed in horror, 3 of them were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. Ah! The one who survived screamed in fear, and his entire body went limp on the ground. Yi Xian had seen many people kill people. Naturally, he didn't feel anything. However, he was curious. What was Yao Yueye trying to do? Brother Yi, you must be very curious. Why did I kill these 3 people? Yao Yueye smiled and looked at Yi Xian. I am indeed curious. However, I think it should be related to Gai Tianyuan, right? Yi Xian said. Brother Yi is indeed smart. It is related to Gai Tianyuan. Yao Yueye smiled elegantly and said, Gai Tianyuan is only left with a wisp of his soul. He must find a suitable body. He had the heavenly origin combat body when he was alive. The only body that could be compatible with him is someone born on the first day of the first month of the first year. Chapter 1163. I've killed 3 of them, and now there's only 1 left. I'll spread the news of this person to the outside world, and Gai Tianyuan will definitely come to check it out. When that time comes, Gai Tianyuan will die. Brother Yi, you won't have to worry about Gai Tianyuan killing you, Yao Yueye said with a gentle smile. Brother Yao is indeed powerful. I admire you, Yi Xian exclaimed. At this moment, Yi Xian was very glad that his plan had succeeded. It was unrealistic for him to find these 4 people. Only the power of the All-Spirit Heavenly Palace could accomplish this. Sky Tyrant, spread the news that you're taking in a disciple from the first year of the first lunar month. I'm sure Gai Tianyuan will come soon, right? Ha ha ha, Yao Yueye laughed loudly. Don't worry, Lingzi. As long as Gai Tianyuan dares to come, he'll die without a burial place, Venerable Sky Tyrant said with a sinister smile. Brother Yao, Gai Tianyuan has the heavenly origin battle body after all, and he's someone from the same era as the Lord of all spirits. I'm afraid. Yi Xian pretended to be worried. Don't worry, Brother Yi. This all-spirit heavenly palace is protected by the Annihilation Formation. Moreover, Sky Tyrant and I are not to be trifled with. He's just a remnant soul. As long as he comes, he won't be able to escape, Yao Yueya said with certainty. Good, I'll wait for your good news, Yi Xian said with a smile. Gai Tianyuan had been very sullen during this period, so sullen that he was about to go crazy. First, Yi Xian took the inheritance of the Chaos Star Master, and then he was hunted down by Yi Xian. He finally escaped Yi Xian's evil hands and wanted to rush back to the holy land of Taichu to take back his body, but Yi Xian got there first and destroyed his body. Gai Tianyuan had never hated anyone so much, not even the Lord of all spirits. He now wanted to eat Yi Xian's flesh and drink Yi Xian's blood. However, he knew that he had to find a suitable body before he could settle the score with Yi Xian. He also had to take back the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. Unfortunately, there were too few bodies that could fit him. Only those born on the first day of the first month of the first lunar month could bear his remnant soul and transform it into the heavenly origin battle body. However, the Nandu territory was too vast. Finding a person born on the first day of the first month of the first year was like finding a needle in a haystack. If he wanted to find such a body by himself, it would take a very long time. However, a piece of news shook Gai Tianyuan's spirits. Venerable Sky Tyrant had said that he had found a disciple who was born on the first day of the first month of the first lunar month of the first lunar year. This disciple had extreme yang energy and was going to take him in as his last disciple. When Gai Tianyuan received the news, he was immediately overjoyed. However, as he calmed down, he couldn't help but have great doubts in his heart. He had been looking for a physical body, but at this moment, the Myriad Spirits Palace sent him a message. Could this be a trap? Does Yi Xian dare to reveal my identity to the Myriad Spirits Palace? Gai Tianyuan muttered gloomily. Impossible. He shouldn't have the guts to do that. The inheritance of the Chaos Star Master is in his hands, and he also has 3 supreme powers. If he cooperates with the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace, he'll be digging his own grave. Gai Tianyuan denied his own guess. Moreover, he should know that if he dares to reveal my identity, I will also reveal his secret to the public. This will be a lose-lose situation for both of us, Gai Tianyuan said in a low voice. Unfortunately, Gai Tianyuan didn't expect Yi Xian to do so. Furthermore, he had mixed up the truth and put all the blame on Gai Tianyuan. Of course, the reason Yi Xian dared to do so was because he knew that Gai Tianyuan wouldn't reveal his secret to the public until he was at his wit's end. After all, he had the Chaos Star Master's inheritance, and Gai Tianyuan didn't want this news to spread. He wanted to take back the inheritance himself. Of course, Gai Tianyuan was even more interested in Yi Xian's 3 supreme powers. In his opinion, Yi Xian was a moving treasure trove. Everyone had a greedy heart, let alone Gai Tianyuan. Right now, he only wanted to find a body that was compatible with him, then kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop and take all of Yi Xian's fortune for himself. Yi Xian had expected this, which was why he had taken the risk to kill Gai Tianyuan. As the saying went, the one who struck first had the advantage. As long as he could kill Gai Tianyuan immediately, all the hidden threats would be eliminated. Whether it's a trap or not, I have to go to the Myriad Spirits Palace. Gai Tianyuan's eyes narrowed as he turned into a streak of black light and rushed toward the Myriad Spirits Palace. What Gai Tianyuan didn't know was that the Myriad Spirits Palace had already set up an inescapable trap, waiting for him to step in. The moon was bright and there were few stars. The waning moon hung high in the sky, and the unchanging stars rotated in the chaotic universe. A ray of moonlight shone down, illuminating the entire Myriad Spirits Palace. Gai Tianyuan passed through as if there was no one around. He dodged the many guards and shuttled through the clouds like a ghost. The silhouette of the Myriad Spirits Palace also entered his eyes. Gai Tianyuan lived up to his name as someone from the same era as the Myriad Spirits Palace Lord. Even though he was only a wisp of his soul, he could travel through the void without anyone sensing his presence. Yang energy, what dense yang energy. The myriad spirits palace really does have the body I want. Gai Tianyuan's face was filled with excitement. He was already standing outside the all spirits palace. He looked into the palace and indeed saw a person born in the first year of the Great Era meditating in the palace. Gai Tianyuan took a step forward and then retreated. A trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. It was as if there was a voice in the unseen world telling him that if he dared to enter the myriad spirits palace, he would definitely suffer an unimaginable calamity. The heavenly origin battle body was extremely sensitive to danger. Gai Tianyuan trusted his senses very much. Although he didn't sense any killing intent, the feeling of danger made him stop in his tracks. Oh no, this is a trap. Gai Tianyuan's expression changed. He didn't have to trust his senses, but he absolutely trusted his heavenly origin battle body. The heavenly origin battle body's ability to foresee danger had saved his life countless times. Go. Gai Tianyuan didn't have the time to think about what went wrong. He only felt that danger was getting closer and closer, and it made his heart grow cold. Heavenly origin turned into light, and myriad arts infinite. Gai Tianyuan suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and was about to escape. But at that moment, the ground beneath Gai Tianyuan's feet exploded with resplendent spiritual light. Terrifying runes appeared and instantly sealed off this part of the world. Senior Tianyuan, since you're already here, why don't you stay? Rumble. In all directions, a large number of figures walked out of the void. They were all from the myriad spirits palace. There were tens of thousands of them, and the weakest among them was a minor saint. Obviously, they wanted to kill Gai Tianyuan. Chapter 1164. Above the firmament, in the void. Yao Yueya looked down at Gai Tianyuan. Even though he was a shrewd person, when he saw Gai Tianyuan appear before him, an extremely demonic excitement appeared on his face. Gai Tianyuan, hand over the inheritance of the Chaos Star Master. Venerable Sky Tyrant strode over with the divine saber in his hand. His holy light of creation covered the sky as his murderous intent locked onto Gai Tianyuan. Clearly, Venerable Sky Tyrant didn't dare to be careless when facing someone from the same era as the Master of all spirits, even if Gai Tianyuan was just a remnant soul. Sealing the sky and trapping the earth, catching a turtle in a jar. Gai Tianyuan's aura was terrifyingly gloomy. Wisps of black smoke rose from his body as he looked around with rage. His fierce eyes had turned blood red. Yi Xian, you little brat, how dare you harm me? Gai Tianyuan roared in anger as he tried to find Yi Xian. At this moment, he realized that Yi Xian must have told the myriad spirit palace about his identity. This was simply a trap to kill him. Unfortunately, it was too late for Gai Tianyuan to find out the truth. Under the seal of the Grand Annihilation Formation, he couldn't escape at all. Moreover, Venerable Sky Tyrant had already locked onto him. It seems that Yi Xian was telling the truth. The inheritance of the Chaos Star Master is indeed in your hands, Yao Yueya said eerily as he looked at Gai Tianyuan with an extremely cold murderous gaze. Yi Xian, you little bastard, get out here. Gai Tianyuan's chest was about to explode. He didn't need to think too deeply to understand that this was Yi Xian's scheme. He wanted to frame him and use the myriad spirit palace to kill him. Ha ha ha. A soft laugh sounded as Yi Xian slowly walked out of the myriad spirit palace. When he arrived in front of Yao Yueya, he smiled and looked at Gai Tianyuan. Gai Tianyuan, don't be so angry. I was also forced into a corner. If you didn't want to kill me, why would I have to tell the myriad spirit palace about your identity? However, I have to give you a piece of advice. Although the inheritance of a Chaos Star Master is good, it's only for the virtuous. I think only Jiu Lingzi has the qualifications to become a Chaos Star Master. As long as you hand over the inheritance, Zhou Lingzi might spare your life. Yi Xian engaged in a verbal battle, not allowing Gai Tianyuan to interrupt. He directly threw a bucket of shit on his head. You despicable and shameless little thief. I will kill you, kill you. After being tricked by Yi Xian again, Gai Tianyuan was so angry that his chest was about to explode. He wanted nothing more than to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. Even that wouldn't be enough to appease the hatred in his heart. Gai Tianyuan, hand over the Chaos Star Master's inheritance or die. Venerable Sky Tyrant strode towards Gai Tianyuan. His holy light of creation shook the heavens and earth. The divine saber in his hand was already raised, and a saber ray that could destroy everything was condensing. Wait! I have something to say. In the face of Venerable Sky Tyrant's murderous intent, Gai Tianyuan instantly calmed down. He looked at Yi Xian with a look that said he wanted to die together with him. Since Yi Xian dared to expose his identity, there was nothing for him to worry about. He would definitely drag Yi Xian down with him. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, but he calmed down in an instant. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He had already expected that Gai Tianyuan wouldn't sit still and wait for death. However, Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with either. Gai Tianyuan, what else do you have to say? Yao Yueye frowned slightly. Gai Tianyuan smiled malevolently and pointed at Yi Xian. The Chaos Star Master's inheritance is in his hands. Moreover, it's not just the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. He also cultivates 3 supreme powers at the same time. This little thief is framing me. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. When Gai Tianyuan's words fell, the entire area became silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's face was calm, and a mocking smile hung on his face. Gai Tianyuan, do you think this spirit is a fool? Suddenly, Yao Yuye's expression turned cold. He looked at Gai Tianyuan with disappointment. Isn't your method of framing someone a little too despicable? Do you think this spirit will believe you? Yao Yueye raged. It wasn't just Yao Yueye who didn't believe him. The tens of thousands of cultivators present didn't believe him either. The reason was simple. Yi Xian was just a mortal. How could he compete with Gai Tianyuan for the Chaos Star Master's inheritance? This was the most important question. If Gai Tianyuan had only said that Yi Xian had obtained the Chaos Star Master's inheritance, Yao Yueye and the others might still be suspicious of Yi Xian. However, Gai Tianyuan said that Yi Xian cultivated 3 supreme powers. This was simply a fantasy. One had to know that the 12 supreme powers couldn't be cultivated at the same time. How could Yi Xian cultivate 3 at the same time? Even if Yi Xian really cultivated 3 supreme powers, it meant that the 3 supreme orthodoxies were inextricably linked to him. However, Yi Xian was just a mortal. This was simply impossible. Therefore, Yao Yueye was extremely certain that Gai Tianyuan was framing Yi Xian. You ignorant juniors. Everything I said is true. You're just being used by him. Gai Tianyuan roared angrily. Seeing Gai Tianyuan's flustered and exasperated appearance, Yao Yueye was slightly startled. He felt that Gai Tianyuan didn't seem to be lying. This made him look at Yi Xian in confusion. Brother Yao, Gai Tianyuan is right. Not only did I obtain the Chaos Star Master's inheritance, but I also cultivate 3 supreme powers at the same time. Yi Xian laughed self-deprecatingly and cupped his hands at Yao Yueye. Humans were like that. The more you denied something, the more suspicious the other party would be. If you helplessly admitted it, the other party's suspicions would disappear. Yi Xian's schemes were quite high, and he could definitely be considered a scheming person. He knew that if he were to frantically explain and deny it, it would instead cause Yao Yuyi to be suspicious. It would be better to go with the flow and admit it. Only then would he be able to dispel the doubts in the other party's heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, Yao Yui's suspicions disappeared. Instead, he said apologetically, "Brother Yi, you must be joking. How could I possibly suspect you?" Yao Yue suddenly turned around and angrily rebuked Gai Tianyuan with a cold expression. "Gai Tianyuan, I originally thought that you were a top figure, but now it seems that you're just a so-so. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. Otherwise, I'll destroy your soul today. Yi Xian, you shameless thief who inverts right and wrong." Gai Tianyuan's chest was about to explode. He finally realized that he was in a passive position. Although what he said was the truth, in everyone's eyes, he was actually lying. Gai Tianyuan knew that he couldn't explain it clearly. The only thing he could do now was to quickly leave this place. Otherwise, he would really die here today. "Sky Tyrant, do it!" Yao Yue shouted coldly. "Gai Tianyuan, today is the day you die." Rumble. Venerable Sky Tyrant suddenly attacked. His divine saber split the heavens and earth. The saber gleam seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It brought with it a will that could suppress all things as it slashed towards Gai Tianyuan. "You dare!" Gai Tianyuan angrily roared. A wisp of his remnant soul erupted into a terrifying black smoke as he frantically tried to escape. Chapter 1165. A dragon in the shallows would be teased by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains would be bullied by dogs. This sentence fully explained Gai Tianyuan's current situation. If he had his peak cultivation back then, he would be able to kill Venerable Sky Tyrant with a slap. However, he was only left with a wisp of remnant soul and was no match for Venerable Sky Tyrant. "Where do you think you're going?" Venerable Sky Tyrant roared. The divine saber in his hand emitted thousands of saber rays that instantly filled the space, leaving Gai Tianyuan nowhere to hide. Chi chi chi. Saber light filled the sky and the void collapsed. Venerable Sky Tyrant was definitely a terrifying figure. Don't be fooled by his submissive behavior in front of Yao Yue. When he displayed the terrifying cultivation of the manifestation realm, it simply made people feel extreme fear. "Junior, you've gone too far." Gai Tianyuan was extremely aggrieved. He was an outstanding figure of his generation, but now he was being chased by a junior of the creation realm. This was a great humiliation for him. Buzz. Venerable Sky Tyrant's saber shattered Gai Tianyuan's remnant soul. However, Gai Tianyuan was indeed a figure of the same generation as the Lord of all spirits. Although his remnant soul was a little faint, he didn't really die under Venerable Sky Tyrant's saber. "Kill him." With a wave of Yao Yui's hand, the 8 elders all moved. All of them were 9 heaven saint kings, and they were the pillars of the myriad spirit palace. They all exploded with murderous intent as they charged towards Gai Tianyuan. Demon moon in the sky. Boom boom boom. A blood-red crescent moon rose behind Yao Yue. He was a 9 heaven saint king. At this moment, under the night sky, his demon moon combat body exploded with unimaginable power. His aura was terrifying to the extreme and was not inferior to Venerable Sky Tyrant's. "Kill." Yao Yue took a step forward and formed a shield with his hands. A crescent moon condensed in his hands and blasted towards Gai Tianyuan. The crescent moon exploded in the space, and the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling could be heard from all directions. What a demon moon combat body! Yi Xian glanced to the side as his heart trembled to the extreme. He never thought that Yao Yue's demon moon battle body would be so terrifying. Under the cover of the moonlight, the power that erupted from it was actually comparable to that of Venerable Sky Tyrant. It seems that this is the horror of battle constitutions. Yi Xian rubbed his chin in surprise. He retreated to the side and quietly watched the people from the All-Spirits Palace kill Gai Tianyuan. What Yi Xian wanted to do was to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Yi Xian hoped that both sides would suffer. Only then would he be able to take advantage of the situation. It had to be said that Gai Tianyuan was indeed remarkable. Even though he was only left with a wisp of his soul, he was still able to survive the bombardment of the myriad spirit palace. However, Gai Tianyuan wasn't having a good time either. His remnant soul was growing fainter and fainter. If this continued, he would die. Ah! Gai Tianyuan roared madly. A wisp of his soul remnant shone with a dazzling golden light. That wisp of Tianyuan's battle prowess burst forth, forcing all the people besieging him back. You damn juniors! You forced me to do this! Gai Tianyuan roared madly. A wisp of his soul remnant shone brightly. He suddenly turned into a golden light and shot into the forehead of a great saint. The great saint howled in pain as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was as if he had suffered an unimaginable calamity. Everyone, be careful. He's trying to possess someone. Venerable Sky Tyrant's expression changed drastically as he warned the people from the All-Spirits Palace. Rumble. The heavens and earth cracked as the divine light of creation shone. Gai Tianyuan possessed the great saint. At this moment, his aura was rising to the extreme. In an instant, he burst forth with the power of the creation realm. Nirvana realm. He actually burst forth with the power of the Nirvana realm. Venerable Sky Tyrant roared in shock as he retreated continuously. His face was filled with extreme fear. The 3 realms of creation. The first realm, life and death. The second realm, Nirvana realm. The third realm, origin returning realm. At this moment, Gai Tianyuan was at his wit's end. He directly possessed the body of a great saint and burst forth with all his potential, allowing him to step into the Nirvana realm in one fell swoop. Are you crazy? You dare to advance to the Nirvana realm without a compatible body? You'll die if you do this. Yao Yueya was extremely familiar with the heavenly Yuan battle physique. When he saw Gai Tianyuan's crazy actions, he screamed in horror. Since you want me to die, then I'll drag you down with me. Gai Tianyuan was really going all out. He was forced to do this because he would only die if he continued to be besieged. He had no choice but to choose the path of mutual destruction. All of you despicable juniors, go to hell. Rumble. Gai Tianyuan's battle strength shook the heavens and earth. When Gai Tianyuan burst forth with the power of the Nirvana realm, he charged towards the people from the All-Spirits Palace like a mad beast. Bang! The Nirvana realm of creation was indeed terrifying. Gai Tianyuan smashed a 9-heaven Saint King into pieces with a single slap. Every time he blasted out, the Nirvana divine light would destroy the disciples of the All-Spirits Palace. Stop him! Yao Yueya roared. The demon moon battle physique was raised to the extreme. A terrifying blood-red moonlight bloomed at the extreme. When he slapped out, a crescent moon seal was formed and blasted towards Gai Tianyuan. Bang! Nirvana of 10,000 laws, destroy all things. Gai Tianyuan blasted out a punch. The Nirvana divine light destroyed everything and instantly shattered the crescent moon seal. Yao Yueya spat out blood and was sent flying backwards. Slash! Venerable Sky Tyrant roared. The divine saber in his hand slashed across the sky. The resplendent saber light was like an upside-down galaxy as it slashed towards Gai Tianyuan with terrifying power. Clang! Kacha! Gai Tianyuan blasted out a punch that could destroy all things. The sound of metal breaking could be heard. The divine saber in Venerable Sky Tyrant's hand had been broken into 4 pieces. His entire body was sent flying by Gai Tianyuan's punch. Several of his ribs were broken. Palace Master. Spiritual Son. The people of the All-Spirits Palace roared in shock. Gai Tianyuan was like an unstoppable force as he rushed towards the All-Spirits Palace. He did not kill Venerable Sky Tyrant and Yao Yueye immediately. Stop him. Don't let him snatch the firstborn. Suddenly, Yao Yueye roared anxiously. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He struggled to get up and stop Gai Tianyuan. Obviously, Gai Tianyuan had taken over the body of a great sage and unleashed all of his potential to step into the Nirvana realm. But in doing so, his soul would explode and he would die, because this body was not compatible with his soul. At this moment, only the person who had seized the first year of life could give him any hope of survival. Kill. The elders and disciples of the All-Spirits Palace rushed towards Gai Tianyuan. The Grand Extermination Formation was activated instantly, interweaving terrifying formation runes and divine light, trying to kill Gai Tianyuan. Grand Extermination Formation. Go to hell. Gai Tianyuan laughed coldly. He had passed through the 90,000 Chaos Trial and was a Formation Grandmaster. The Grand Extermination Formation might be terrifying to others, but it was not worth mentioning to Gai Tianyuan. Chapter 1166. Formation, Star Fall. Gai Tianyuan pointed out with his finger and conjured a series of mysterious runes. The Grand Extermination Formation instantly reversed. The intertwined extermination divine light shot towards the crowd from the All-Spirits Palace. Ah! Blood rained down and limbs were severed. Under the chaos of the Grand Extermination Formation, countless disciples and elders were killed. Thousands of people died under the extermination divine light. Kill. Suddenly, Yao Yueye and Venerable Sky Tyrant attacked again. Both of them attacked Gai Tianyuan at the same time, but the current Gai Tianyuan was too terrifying and could not be killed by the two of them. Bang bang. Gai Tianyuan's fighting strength erupted. Two fist radiance broke through the sky and blasted Venerable Sky Tyrant and Yao Yueye away. Their blood splattered everywhere. No. No. Don't kill me. Suddenly, a terrified shriek rang out. Gai Tianyuan's face changed drastically as well. He immediately turned around to look at the hall, but what happened next made him fly into a rage. Unimaginable killing intent radiated from him. Yi Xian, you brat! Gai Tianyuan roared in anger. In front of him, Yi Xian was strangling someone's throat. That person was the person he was looking for. Brother Yi, well done. Yao Yueye coughed up blood, but his face was filled with excitement. At this moment, Yi Xian was strangling the person's throat with a sarcastic smile on his face. He looked at Gai Tianyuan mockingly. Gai Tianyuan, it's not wrong to say that you're stupid. Right now, this body is in my hands. Do you believe that I can twist off his head and kick it like a ball? Yi Xian smiled viciously. How dare you? Gai Tianyuan roared, but his face was filled with fear. He was afraid that Yi Xian would destroy this person. I don't dare. Crack. Yi Xian smiled sinisterly as he exerted force with his 5 fingers. The neck of the person from the first year was twisted in an irregular manner, and his entire body was in pain as he begged for mercy in Yi Xian's hands. Stop. Stop. Gai Tianyuan roared, trembling. Even his aura had become extremely chaotic. Hee hee. Yi Xian lightly smiled as his 5 fingers suddenly loosened. In the end, he didn't break the neck of the person in his hand because this was his bargaining chip. If he really did kill him, then he himself would be in danger. Yi Xian, as long as you hand this person over to me, I, Gai Tianyuan, can swear a great heart demon oath that I won't make things difficult for you. The grudge between us can also be written off. Gai Tianyuan lowered his stance and viciously begged Yi Xian. Do you think I'll believe you? Yi Xian sneered. He didn't believe that Gai Tianyuan would let him go. Then what do you want? Gai Tianyuan asked sinisterly. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of breaking the vases, he would have chopped Yi Xian into pieces. But that wouldn't be enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. What do I want? Yi Xian tilted his head, as if he was deep in thought. After 10 breaths of time, Yi Xian smiled and looked at Gai Tianyuan. I'm afraid of death. I'm especially afraid of death. I'm afraid that after you, Gai Tianyuan, obtain this body, I, Yi Xian, will never have a day of peace. Don't worry. As long as you give this body to me, I can swear a chaos oath that I won't make things difficult for you. I can also agree to 3 of your conditions. Gai Tianyuan said hurriedly. 3 conditions. Yi Xian seemed to be considering Gai Tianyuan's conditions. Then, he nodded. Then let me think about these 3 conditions. As for the first one, time passed by bit by bit. Gai Tianyuan was waiting anxiously. However, Yi Xian was still chatting with him, and didn't get to the point. Suddenly, Gai Tianyuan woke up. His aura turned extremely gloomy. Because he finally realized that something was wrong. Thief, how dare you lie to me? Gai Tianyuan roared in anger. He looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with rage and killing intent. As it turned out, he had obtained the body of a great sage and burst forth with his nirvana cultivation base. This was extremely harmful to Gai Tianyuan's remnant soul. Yi Xian was just stalling for time. He wanted to cause problems for Gai Tianyuan's body. You're not that stupid, are you? Crack. Yi Xian smiled cruelly. In the next moment, he snapped the neck of the man of the first era. Then, with a slap, he turned the man's body into a bloody mist. Thief, I want you to die a horrible death. Gai Tianyuan had completely fallen into a berserk state. He rushed towards Yi Xian. Brother Demon, Venerable Sky Tyrant, he won't be able to maintain the Nirvana stage for much longer. Why aren't you guys making a move? Yi Xian quickly retreated and loudly roared at Yao Yuyi and Yao Yu. Without Yi Xian's reminder, the 2 of them had already rushed towards Gai Tianyuan. The elders surrounded Gai Tianyuan without fear of death. Obviously, they wanted to gather everyone's strength to kill Gai Tianyuan. Brother Yao, I'll take my leave first. You guys stop this person. If there's a chance in the future, you and I will have a drink together. Yi Xian turned and left without stopping. Yao Yui's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth to say something, but he swallowed his words. After all, in his eyes, even if Yi Xian stayed, he wouldn't be of much help to them. Thief, don't run. Gai Tianyuan's hatred was higher than the sky. He madly chased after Yi Xian, but how could Yao Yuya and Venerable Sky Tyrant let him go? Demon Moon in the sky. Yao Yuya directly revealed his trump card. A blood moon rose behind him. His whole body swelled and a blood-red spiritual sword appeared in his hand. Slash. The sword slashed down and the blood moon filled the sky. This was Yao Yuya's strongest killing technique. Although it couldn't really kill Gai Tianyuan, it could definitely keep him here. Sky Tyrant Fist. Venerable Sky Tyrant followed closely behind. After all, he was at the first level of creation realm. At this moment, he erupted with all his strength and directly shattered the void. He was extremely ferocious as he suppressed Gai Tianyuan. As the 2 of them attacked, the few remaining elders and disciples attacked together. This immediately caused Gai Tianyuan to fall into a chaotic siege. You damned dogs. Gai Tianyuan could clearly feel his remnant soul weakening. His Nirvana realm cultivation was also fading. If this continued, he would really die at the hands of these people. All of you go to hell. Gai Tianyuan's Nirvana realm divine light was released. It was unknown how many disciples and elders died in his hands. Venerable Sky Tyrant and Yao Yuya also continuously retreated. However, Yao Yueye could clearly feel that Gai Tianyuan's aura was weakening. As long as they could hold on, Gai Tianyuan would definitely die. On the other side, Yi Xian didn't escape from the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace. At this moment, he had already appeared in the 10,000 spirit treasury. The Qiankuan pouch in his hand was like a black hole, crazily collecting all kinds of treasures in the treasury. You guys can slowly fight. It's best if both sides are injured. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian laughed excitedly. The speed at which he collected the treasures became faster and faster. In just a few breaths of time, the 10,000 spirit treasury was completely looted by him. Yi Xian, you're too bold. Suddenly, a heavy voice came from behind Yi Xian. This also caused Yi Xian's expression to change. He immediately turned to look at the person who came. Who else could it be but the Butian Pavilion Master? Chapter 1167. Yi Xian's face darkened as he said, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. It is not too late for you to leave now. If Gai Tianyuan arrives, I'm afraid you will also die in his hands. Yi Xian, I advise you. Today, you used Yao Yuyi to deal with Gai Tianyuan and looted the 10,000 spirit treasury. When Yao Yuyi wakes up in the future, the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace will definitely not let you go. Butian Pavilion Master said seriously. In the struggle for the great Tao, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be like dogs. If you want to survive in this chaotic world, you naturally have to use whatever means you can. Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian, I admit that I've underestimated you. Your scheming methods are indeed vicious and sinister, but by doing so, you're courting death. The old sect leader instructed me to protect your life. I just don't want you to die at the hands of the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace. The heaven-mending pavilion master frowned. Die. Yi Xian murmured, then coldly looked at Butian pavilion master and said, remember, no one can judge my life or death. Everything I do is to become stronger. On this path, I will always move forward courageously. Stubborn. Butian pavilion master roared with hatred. Butian Pavilion Master, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. This is the 9 clouds immortal Ganoderma that you gave to Sky Tyrant Venerable. I, Yi Xian, do not want to owe anyone a favor. Yi Xian directly threw the 9 clouds immortal Ganoderma to Butian Pavilion Master, then without saying anything else, he left. Yi Xian had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around to look at Butian Pavilion Master and said, you should leave quickly. Gai Tianyuan has already gone crazy. If you get involved, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to leave even if you want to. Go back and tell your old sect leader that I, Yi Xian, don't need his protection. I'll walk my own path. As long as he can protect Lu Bai, that's enough. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left in large strides. Yi Xian, leave with me. That guy Tianyuan is not someone the 10,000 spirit palace can handle. The heaven-mending pavilion master suddenly roared. You are wrong. From start to finish, I never thought that the 10,000 spirits palace would be able to kill Gai Tianyuan. They were only my chess pieces. The one who truly wanted to kill Gai Tianyuan was me. Yi Xian gradually walked further and further away, but his voice continued to echo in Pavilion Master Butian's ears. This person, he. Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, Butian Pavilion Master's face was lifeless. He did not know what to feel, but he had a deep admiration for Yi Xian's style of doing things. They said that Yi Xian was ignorant and fearless, but he was extremely meticulous and dared to use the 10,000 spirits palace as a chess piece. They said that he was extremely daring, but everything he did was for the sake of strengthening himself. What a pity, what a pity. This child only has a mortal body. If he had some kind of battle constitution, then his future would be limitless. He would definitely have the qualifications to compete for the position of the strongest of all time in the next Yuan Hui. What a pity that he acted so crazily. He was simply seeking his own death. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master let out a long sigh and then walked back to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. The current situation was already out of his control and was not something he could participate in. He would tell the old sect leader about today's matter. As for how the old sect leader would decide, that would depend on him. Bang bang bang. The heaven and earth exploded, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The entire 10,000 spirits palace turned into ruins. Corpses could be seen everywhere, and large amounts of blood dyed the ground red. The entire 10,000 spirits palace suffered heavy casualties. Puff. Venerable Sky Tyrant and Yao Yueya continuously retreated. Blood continuously spurted out from their mouths, and their auras were extremely weak. The difference between the three realms of creation and transformation was like heaven and earth. Even if the two of them joined forces with tens of thousands of spirit palace cultivators, it was simply impossible to block Gai Tianyuan's attack. Of course, Gai Tianyuan was not in a good state either. His remnant soul was originally not compatible with this body, and after being besieged by the 10,000 spirits palace, his body was also in an extremely weak state. Huff. 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 Gai Tianyuan constantly gasped for breath and roared with hatred, "You damn juniors, how dare you scheme against me? Today, I will definitely destroy your souls." Bang 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 bang. Gai Tianyuan walked step by step towards Yao Yueya and Venerable Sky Tyrant. His entire body emitted a terrifying killing intent, and behind him were floating corpses. Clearly, they were all killed by Gai Tianyuan. How can he still use his cultivation? Venerable Sky Tyrant was already heavily injured. He roared in horror, and his heart was in a mess. His eyes were filled with despair. Heavenly Origin Battle Body. That's because he has the Heavenly Origin Battle Body. Yao Yueya roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The biggest characteristic of the Heavenly Origin Battle Body was its ability to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Whether it was healing injuries or cultivation, it had an unparalleled advantage. This was because Gai Tianyuan had not merged with a compatible body. If he had really found a compatible body, their souls would have been destroyed long ago. Spiritual son, are we really going to die here? Venerable Sky Tyrant asked in horror. Die. Of course you're going to die, because you no longer have any value. Suddenly, a heartless voice sounded out from afar. Yi Xian walked over with large strides with a calm expression. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the three of them. Brother Yi, you. Yao Yueya's expression froze. He never thought that Yi Xian would actually return. Brother Demon, speaking of which, I really have to thank your 10,000 spirit palace. Without you guys fighting to the death with this old monster, it would have taken me quite a bit of effort to kill him. Yi Xian lightly smiled. He looked down at Yao Yueya, who was lying limp on the ground. You. Yao Yueya's expression changed, as if he felt that something was wrong. You've been to the Myriad Spirit Treasury? Venerable Sky Tyrant angrily scolded. The Qiankuan pouch hanging on Yi Xian's waist was a treasure from the Myriad Spirit Treasury. Yi Xian smiled, but his smile was very sinister. It was extremely sinister and cruel, giving people goosebumps. When you guys were fighting, I took all the treasures from the Myriad Spirit Treasury into my pouch. I was afraid that someone would take it, so I temporarily kept it for you. I don't think you mind, right? Yi Xian smiled at Yao Yueya. I don't mind. Why would I mind? These treasures are perfect for you. Yao Yueya forced a smile, but there was a flash of anger in his eyes. Yi Xian, how dare you? You actually dare to scheme against our 10,000 spirit palace. Do you believe me? Venerable Sky Tyrant was furious and scolded Yi Xian. He had always looked down on Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had plundered the myriad spirit treasury, he was naturally furious. How can a dead man talk so much nonsense? Rumble. The space-time energy exploded. Yi Xian's face was sinister and sinister. Before Venerable Sky Tyrant could react, he slapped him on the head. Bang! Venerable Sky Tyrant didn't even have time to scream before he was slapped to death by Yi Xian. Venerable Sky Tyrant's death was too aggrieved. He was a dignified manifestation realm expert, but he ended up seriously injured after fighting with Gai Tianyuan. In the end, he didn't die in Gai Tianyuan's hands, but he died under Yi Xian's palm. He probably couldn't die in peace. Calamity Transcender Technique. Rumble. Yi Xian's entire body turned into a black vortex. The Calamity Transcender Technique was directly activated. The pitiful Venerable Sky Tyrant directly turned into nourishment and was completely swallowed by Yi Xian. Chapter 1168. He was horrified and his scalp went numb. When he witnessed Yi Xian devouring Venerable Sky Tyrant, the shock it brought to Yao Yueya was simply unimaginable. Space-time power. Devouring power. Yao Yueya trembled as he spoke. His entire being was in a mess as he looked at Yi Xian with an extremely horrified expression. I understand everything now. Yao Yueya finally understood that Gai Tianyuan was not lying at all. He was indeed telling the truth. Not only did Yi Xian possess 3 supreme powers, but he also used them to fight Gai Tianyuan to the death. Needless to say, the inheritance of the Chaos Star Master was also in Yi Xian's hands. Unfortunately, it was too late for Yao Yueya to understand all of this. He was now seriously injured and his cultivation was mostly gone. Even if he knew the truth, what could he do to Yi Xian? Whoosh! Crackle! As the Calamity Immortal technique dissipated, Yi Xian's figure appeared once again. He spat out a stream of turbid air from his mouth. His face was slightly flushed and his body was slightly swaying. It was obvious that he had swallowed Venerable Sky Tyrant, causing the energy in his body to surge like a volcano. The creation realm is indeed the creation realm. It is indeed a great tonic. Yi Xian muttered cruelly. After devouring Venerable Sky Tyrant, the power in Yi Xian's body had reached a critical point, almost stepping into the Great Sage King realm. However, Yi Xian restrained this impulse. This was because Venerable Sky Tyrant's blood-soul essence chi still needed to be refined, and it was mixed with too much spiritual energy. If he chose to break through to the Great Sage King realm at this moment, it wouldn't be of any benefit to him. Brother Ye's divine ability is amazing. I misjudged you. Yao Yueya's expression changed unpredictably before he gradually calmed down. He even lowered his posture and complimented Yi Xian. Although Yao Yuyi wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Xian to pieces, with the enemy before them, it was not yet time for him to settle the score with Yi Xian. The only way was to get past Gai Tianyuan. At that time, he would naturally not let Yi Xian go. Brother Yao, what are you talking about? Without the help of your myriad spirit palace, I, Yi Xian, would not have been able to force this old man out. Yi Xian chuckled. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yao Yueya was furious, but he still forced a smile. After all, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction towards Yi Xian. Shameless thief, look at what you've done. Gai Tianyuan was glaring fiercely at Yi Xian. He wanted nothing more than to grind Yi Xian's bones to dust. TSK TSK TSK. Yi Xian curled his lips and looked at Gai Tianyuan. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Gai Tianyuan, if I say you're stupid, you're really stupid. I destroyed 2 of your bodies and even stole your inheritance. Today, I even killed you. From the beginning to the end, you've been toyed with by me. Don't you think you're stupid to the extreme? Yi Xian sneered and mocked. I'll kill you. Gai Tianyuan's chest was about to explode. He was a mighty figure, yet he had been tricked by Yi Xian time and time again. Now, he was forced to possess the body of a great saint. Even his soul was at risk of dissipating. Kill me. Yi Xian grinned sinisterly. Let's see who's going to kill who today. Go to hell. Yi Xian roared. The power of nirvanic destruction slapped out, and the power of time and space instantly activated. When the two supreme powers were used at the same time, Yi Xian became even more ferocious and terrifying. Bang! The ancient sky was raised, and the mountains and rivers were crumbling. The two supreme powers brought with them the power to destroy all things to suppress Gai Tianyuan. Tianyuan Wuji. Gai Tianyuan roared to the sky. The power of Tianyuan erupted, and he also attacked Yi Xian. Bang! Puff! Like mountains and rivers collapsing, like the sky exploding, Gai Tianyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His body cracked like a spider web, and he was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Go to hell. Yi Xian didn't back down. He activated the power of time and space and instantly appeared in front of Gai Tianyuan. His fists violently smashed down. Bang! Yi Xian's fist pierced through the void and smashed into Gai Tianyuan's chest. His other fist smashed into the sky and mercilessly smashed into Gai Tianyuan's head. Wah! Gai Tianyuan was heavily injured. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and half of his head was smashed in. A large amount of blood splattered into the sky. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth. But it wasn't over yet. Yi Xian kicked Gai Tianyuan's head until it exploded. As he swung his fists, he mercilessly smashed them onto Gai Tianyuan's chest. Gai Tianyuan's body was instantly shattered, causing people to look at him to be in an extremely miserable state. Yi Xian. In the distance, Yao Yueya watched in horror. When he saw Yi Xian's battle prowess, he was extremely shocked. Only now did he understand that Yi Xian had lost to him in a spar. This was just to confuse him. Only now did Yi Xian reveal his true cultivation. Of course, although Yao Yueya was shocked by Yi Xian's cultivation, he wasn't afraid of Yi Xian. If it was a fair fight, Yi Xian wouldn't be his match at all. Yao Yueya had the Demon Moon battle body. Although it wasn't a mutated battle body, it was definitely not weak among the many battle bodies. Moreover, he was a Nine-Heaven Saint King. If it was a fair fight with Yi Xian, Yao Yueya was confident that he could defeat Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian was able to completely crush Gai Tianyuan because he and Venerable Sky Tyrant had already fought with Gai Tianyuan to the death. Gai Tianyuan was already severely injured, and his cultivation had fallen to rock bottom. This gave Yi Xian an opportunity to take advantage of it. The result of both sides being injured was also an advantage for Yi Xian. This made Yao Yueya's mind turn rapidly. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. When he recovered in the future, he would settle the score with Yi Xian. This was because Yao Yueya could already see that Gai Tianyuan would definitely die at the hands of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian would definitely not let him go after killing Gai Tianyuan. Die! Suddenly, an explosive shout came from Yi Xian's mouth. In the sky, Gai Tianyuan's body exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Run! Yao Yueya's expression changed when he saw this scene. If he didn't escape now, he would probably be the next one to die. But before Yao Yueya could do anything, a strange scene appeared before his eyes. This made Yao Yueya stop abruptly. He didn't escape immediately. Boom! Heaven and earth shook as golden light covered the sky. Amidst the bloody mist that filled the sky, a golden phantom appeared, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation rippled out. Origin Source Soul. Yao Yueya roared in horror. He was stunned on the spot, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. Yi Xian. Above the sky, in the void. Gai Tianyuan's golden light shone brightly. His fighting strength surged violently. The golden light was as vast as the ocean, completely drowning the world. Yi Xian's expression abruptly changed as an extremely palpitating feeling appeared. The Nirvana battle armor was instantly summoned by him, and the heaven-punishing halberd also appeared in his hand. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. In this strange moment, Yi Xian only felt his saint soul trembling. An indescribable feeling of death was constantly eroding his mind. Chapter 1169. Tianyuan Limitless, 10,000 laws return to one. Even I didn't expect a little thief like you to force me to this step. Gai Tianyuan's imposing figure was boundless, but his overwhelming killing intent assaulted Yi Xian. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. At this moment, Gai Tianyuan's aura was comparable to Sect Master Butian's. It was a height that Yi Xian could never reach. There seemed to be a voice telling Yi Xian that at this moment, Gai Tianyuan was the legendary figure who could compete with the Lord of all spirits. Gai Tianyuan only needed a flick of his finger to turn him into ashes. Since ancient times, I've ascended to the pinnacle. I didn't expect that I, Gai Tianyuan, would be forced to use my soul source by a junior. It's truly lamentable. Gai Tianyuan's grief filled the sky, and an indescribable unwillingness and sorrow filled the air. Soul source, pinnacle strike. This. Yao Yeye's voice trembled, and his entire body was filled with fear. An ancient legend. When a person stepped into the immortal realm, they would be able to form their soul source. No matter how serious their injuries were, they would be able to use their soul source to launch the final attack of their life. This attack was also known as the pinnacle strike. The pinnacle strike would destroy both jade and stone. When this strike was launched, both the user and the enemy would perish. At this moment, Yi Xian's body and mind were trembling to the extreme, and a large amount of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Facing Gai Tianyuan who had used his soul source, Yi Xian was simply unable to resist. This guy really isn't simple. Yi Xian roared hatefully. He had never underestimated Gai Tianyuan. After all, Gai Tianyuan was known as a monstrous genius in the past, and was even able to compete with the Lord of all spirits, who hadn't even become the strongest of all time. How could Gai Tianyuan be a simple character? Yi Xian felt that he had been very careful. It could be said that he had planned to kill Gai Tianyuan step by step, but in the end, he had still fallen into a dangerous situation. It wasn't that Yi Xian's evil plan had a problem, but that Gai Tianyuan's foundation was simply too terrifying. This also showed that in front of absolute strength, any schemes and tricks were pale and powerless. What to do? Was he going to die together with Gai Tianyuan? Yi Xian was sweating profusely. He was anxious because he could feel Gai Tianyuan's murderous intent. The other party would definitely not let him go. Did he really have to use his final trump card? Yi Xian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. It wasn't that he didn't have a method to deal with Gai Tianyuan, and this method was considered a peerless killing weapon throughout the ages. It was just that he couldn't predict the consequences of this method, and could only use it in the face of a true life and death crisis. This technique was extremely terrifying. According to Yi Xian's guess, perhaps only the strongest of all eternity would be able to neutralize it. Some might ask, how could Yi Xian defend himself against Gai Tianyuan, who had ascended to his peak? In fact, Yi Xian really did have a peerless killing weapon, and this weapon was the River of Time. That's right, it was the River of Time. Don't forget that Yi Xian was able to move the River of Time. Moreover, the River of Time had a pair of ancient ferocious eyes. Even his future self was extremely fearful of these ancient ferocious eyes. This pair of ancient ominous eyes was Yi Xian's final trump card, and it was also his greatest killing weapon when he was facing death. Yi Xian was certain that as long as he could channel the river of time, he would be able to draw out the mysterious existence within. A being that even his future self was apprehensive of could easily kill Gai Tianyuan. Not to mention a mere Gai Tianyuan, Yi Xian believed that even the strongest of all eternity might not be able to gain the upper hand against this mysterious existence. How could a mysterious existence that lived in the river of time be ordinary? It might not be on the same level as the strongest of all eternity, but it shouldn't be too far off. However, Yi Xian really didn't want to use this trump card outside of certain death. If this mysterious existence was drawn out, then he wouldn't be able to predict what would happen next. Moreover, there was a great chance that he would die at the hands of this mysterious existence. However, right now, Yi Xian was also in a situation of certain death when facing Gai Tianyuan. His eyes gradually turned crazy, and the little tree of time and space had already appeared. Strands of time and space energy poured down, and he was already prepared to use his final trump card. After all, this would still allow him to find a chance to live. Brother Yi. Just as Yi Xian was about to channel the river of time, a panicked voice came from behind him. Yao Yueya had appeared out of nowhere. The space-time tree paused slightly. Yi Xian's eyes moved and the river of time that he was about to channel suddenly slowed down. He looked at Yao Yueya in confusion, not knowing what Yao Yueya wanted to do. Brother Yi, I have a way for you and me to escape from here. I just need Yi Xian to lend me a hand. Yao Yueya's face was pale as he anxiously transmitted to Yi Xian through telepathy. Oh. Yi Xian's heavy expression suddenly froze before he hurriedly replied, "What method do you have?" Actually, Yao Yueya wished for nothing more than for Yi Xian to die without a burial ground. However, now that Gai Tianyuan had summoned his origin soul, it had already been sublimated to the extreme. If he wanted to unleash an extreme Dao attack, even Yao Yueya would die under this extreme Dao attack. Brother Yi should know that my 10,000 spirit heavenly palace has 12 spirit sons, and I am the 9th spirit son. The Lord of all spirits once bestowed each of the 12 spirit sons with a major chaotic shift talisman. This major chaotic shift talisman can allow us to travel hundreds of millions of miles. It can definitely allow us to escape from here. However, to channel this talisman requires a vast amount of cultivation. With my current heavy injuries, I can't use it at all. Only the two of us can channel this talisman and escape with our lives. Yao Yueya quickly explained. To be honest, Yao Yueya wanted nothing more than for Yi Xian to die in Gai Tianyuan's hands. However, as he said, he was heavily injured and could not channel this talisman at all. Only by joining forces with Yi Xian could they escape with their lives. This was something he had no choice but to do. Okay. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He did not expect Yao Yueya to have such a trump card. This also meant that he did not need to take the risk to channel the river of time. At this moment, Yi Xian could not help but sigh. A disciple of a great sect was indeed a disciple of a great sect. The depth of their foundation was unimaginable, and their life-saving treasures made him extremely envious. Clearly, the 12 spirit sons of the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace were the strongest competitors in the next Yuanhui. Naturally, the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace was worried about their own safety. They even bestowed this major chaotic shift talisman to them as a life-saving treasure. Yi Xian, you shameless thief. Today, I will destroy your soul. On the other side, Gai Tianyuan coldly roared. He slowly raised his palm, and the world around him kept exploding. An extreme attack was brewing in his hand. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yi Xian right here and now. Do it! Yi Xian roared. Yao Yueya did not dare to delay and immediately sent out the major chaotic shift talisman. The two of them madly poured their cultivation into this divine talisman. Whine! The world turned upside down and everything was destroyed. The major chaotic shift talisman bestowed by the Lord of 10,000 Spirits was indeed terrifying. The light of 10,000 spirits instantly covered the two of them, and they directly turned into a beam of light and disappeared from this world. Chapter 1170. Great Primal Chaos Shift Talisman. Gai Tianyuan roared angrily. His killing intent exploded. He regretted forgetting about Yao Yueya. Yao Yueya was the spiritual son of the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. Naturally, he had something to save his life. Damn it! You two damned ants! You won't be able to escape. Gai Tianyuan roared again and again. He was extremely terrifying after summoning his source soul. He instantly chased after the Great Primal Chaos Shift Talisman. His speed broke through the barrier of space. Whoosh! The space collapsed and the void shuttled. Millions of miles of clouds turned into water vapor. Under the cover of the Great Primal Chaos Shift Talisman, Yi Xian and Yao Yueya were running for their lives. Their speed was simply unimaginable. Not good. Gai Tianyuan is catching up. Yao Yueya screamed in horror. He looked back from time to time. Sure enough, Gai Tianyuan was quickly approaching them. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to stop them. Damn it! You damn transvestite! Didn't you say the Great Primal Chaos Shift Talisman could help us escape this calamity? Yi Xian cursed. Idiot! The Great Primal Chaos Shift Talisman can only transport one person. Now that it's carrying both of us, its speed will naturally be slower. Moreover, Gai Tianyuan has summoned his source soul. With his cultivation, he can naturally catch up to us. I didn't expect this to happen. Yao Yueya screamed in horror. So that's how it is. Hearing Yao Yueya's words, Yi Xian immediately understood. However, what he did next made Yao Yueya want nothing more than to grind Yi Xian's bones to dust. Brother Yao, thank you for the Great Primal Chaos Shift Talisman. However, as you said, it can only transport one person. I can only let you suffer a little. Yi Xian's expression was vicious. He kicked Yao Yueya away. Yao Yueya couldn't react in time and directly appeared outside the Great Primal Chaos Shift Talisman. Yi Xian, you despicable person. Yao Yueya stomped and cursed. However, the Great Primal Chaos Shift Talisman had already brought Yi Xian away. Its speed had indeed increased by a level. Die, you little bastard. It was also at this moment that Gai Tianyuan suddenly attacked. This caused Yao Yueya to scream in horror. Her hatred for Yi Xian had reached its peak. Lotus roots broken and silk connected, chasing the stars and chasing the moon. Jiulingzi was indeed the Jiulingzi. As the Jiulingzi of the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace, Yao Yueya had more than one method to save his life. He formed a seal with both hands and unleashed a mysterious technique. A mysterious thread appeared and instantly pulled him towards Yi Xian. On the other side, under the cover of the Grand Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman, Yi Xian was fleeing for his life, and his speed was simply unimaginable. However, in less than 3 breaths of time, the Great Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman suddenly slowed down. Behind him, Yao Yueya's angry roars could be heard. Yi Xian, you despicable person. As long as I, Yao Yueya, do not die today, I will definitely take your dog life. Yi Xian quickly turned his head, and his expression suddenly changed. He saw a mysterious thread appear behind the Great Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman, pulling Yao Yueya along with it. Obviously, this was a guiding technique, and it was a secret technique used in conjunction with the Great Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman. This thread was connected to the Great Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman. No matter where the Great Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman went, Yao Yueya would follow closely behind. This damn transvestite indeed has a way to save his life. Yi Xian angrily cursed. He took out the heaven-destroying halberd and slashed at the mysterious thread. This scene also made Yao Yueya angry, and all kinds of vulgar words could be heard. Can't cut it. Yi Xian used the heaven-destroying halberd to slash at the mysterious thread, but it was as if he was slashing through the air. Obviously, this mysterious thread was not a real thing, but a secret technique that he did not know about. Yi Xian, I want you dead. Suddenly, Gai Tianyuan chased up once more. That angry roar shook the heavens, and this caused Yi Xian's expression to change slightly. Turning his eyes, he pulled Yao Yueya back into the great primal chaos teleportation talisman. Huff. 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 Yao Yueya was panting heavily. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Yi Xian with rage. If not for the fact that the two of them were running for their lives, he would definitely fight to the death with Yi Xian. Brother Yao, it's all my fault. I was bewitched just now. Brother, please don't take it to heart. Now that we're in the same boat, let's hurry up and think of a way to get rid of Gai Tianyuan. Yi Xian was extremely hypocritical as he bowed down towards Yao Yueya. However, there was no trace of guilt on his face, as if he was not the one who had kicked Yao Yueya out of the great primal chaos teleportation talisman. You're despicable, you. Looking at Yi Xian's shameless face, Yao Yueya's heart was about to explode. He could not wait to skin Yi Xian alive. He was almost killed by Yi Xian just now, and this guy was still licking his face and asking him to think of a way. However, Yao Yueya knew that now was not the time to settle scores with Yi Xian. Gai Tianyuan was closing in on them from behind. If they could not think of a way now, both of them would die in the hands of Gai Tianyuan. However, Yao Yueya was still cautious. He could tell that Yi Xian was a person who was vicious and vicious. If he was not careful, he would definitely be killed by him. There's still a way. Yao Yueya said quickly. Hurry up and say it. What way? Yi Xian asked quickly. The starry sky skiff. Yao Yueya said quickly, this starry sky skiff was given to me by my master. It is made from 3,000 stars. However, only Nirvana stage martial artists can use it. But if we work together, we might be able to use 50% of its power. Coupled with the Great Chaos Shift Talisman, we will definitely be able to escape this calamity. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take it out. Yi Xian urged quickly. Yao Yueya did not say anything else and brought out the starry sky skiff. It was shaped like a bamboo raft, but it was filled with the power of starlight, giving off a feeling of incomparable beauty. Do it! Yao Yueya roared and sent out a blood moon imprint at the starry sky skiff. At the same time, Yi Xian poured his cultivation base into the starry sky skiff. Rumble! The starry sky skiff shone brightly and completely fused with the Great Chaos Shift Talisman. But at the same time, Yi Xian sent out a kick towards Yao Yueya. Clearly, he wanted to kick him out of this place once more. Shameless bastard! As expected, you don't have any good intentions. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Yao Yueya had suffered a great loss earlier. Naturally, he would be on guard for the second time. Thus, he was able to dodge Yi Xian's kick in an instant. Yi Xian, you fell for it. Yao Yueya laughed wildly in excitement. Both his hands formed a seal to send out a mysterious blood moon rune. Next, his entire being fused with the starry sky skiff. Next, a beam of starlight burst out from the starry sky skiff to smash down on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was scheming against Yao Yueya, but was Yao Yueya not scheming against Yi Xian as well? Bang! Yi Xian hastily blocked the attack. Although he did not suffer any damage, the beam of starlight had sent him flying. If he were to leave the starry sky skiff, Yi Xian would likely fall into Gai Tianyuan's hands. Then, neither of you can live. Yi Xian was incapable of stopping himself from being sent flying. Seeing that, he roared out madly and a power of nirvanic extermination shot towards the starry sky skiff. The starry sky skiff and the great chaos shift talisman were instantly shattered and the two of them fell out. Next, Gai Tianyuan charged forward and an extremely terrifying killing intent locked onto the two of them. Chapter 1171. Ha ha ha. Heaven and earth shook as he laughed wildly. Gai Tianyuan had personally witnessed the internal strife between the two falling out of the starry sky boat. This simply made him wild with joy, and at this moment, he was laughing loudly. Two ignorant brats, you're courting death. Gai Tianyuan's killing intent was biting cold as he shouted loudly. He looked at the two as if he was looking at dead people. Yi Xian, you idiot. Yao Yueye cursed angrily, wishing he could grind Yi Xian's bones to dust. However, facing Gai Tianyuan's killing intent, he could only think of a way to escape this calamity. Trash. Yi Xian's face was as gloomy as water, and there was a heavy look in his eyes. To be honest, the internal strife between the two was not what Yi Xian wanted. Him attacking Yao Yueye was also part of his plan. This was because Yi Xian was very clear that even if he did not attack Yao Yueye first, Yao Yueye would definitely scheme against him. Yi Xian was not a person who would sit and wait for death. He believed in the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that Yao Yueye was after all the ninth spirit son of the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace. His life-saving methods were not something he could imagine, and in the end, the two of them were in danger again. Brother Yao, what should we do? Yi Xian secretly transmitted his voice. Because he only had the river of time left, he did not want to use it. Yao Yueye had many methods, and perhaps he still had some life-saving methods. Despicable person, don't call me brother. Yao Yueye angrily rebuked. He finally understood Yi Xian's face. This person was too black-bellied and sinister, and he did not recognize him at all. Yao Yueye admitted that he was hypocritical enough. He was very low-key among the 12 spirit sons, but he secretly targeted the other spirit sons. However, ever since he met Yi Xian, Yao Yueye realized that he was still a far cry from Yi Xian because he wasn't as despicable and shameless as Yi Xian. Brother Yao, now is not the time for us to have internal strife. If you don't think of a way, we will really die in the hands of this old man. You don't want to die either, right? Yi Xian quickly transmitted a voice transmission. Humph, Yao Yueye coldly harumphed and calmed down. It was just as Yi Xian had said, the two of them had to work together to increase their chances of escaping. I also have a blood moon art. This blood moon art is a curse art. It is extremely effective against the soul. Even if Gai Tianyuan takes out his origin soul, it will still affect him. You and I can take advantage of this opportunity to escape. However, this technique consumes a lot of essence blood, so we need to share the burden. Otherwise, I will definitely not use this technique. Yao Yueye quickly said. All right. Yi Xian quickly agreed. However, he was still on guard against Yao Yueye. After all, this guy hated him to death. If there was a chance, he would definitely not let him go. You two brats, go to hell. Rumble. Gai Tianyuan roared again and again. He was already preparing his extreme Dao attack. The heaven and earth exploded as that terrifying extreme Dao light pierced through the Tongtian, causing the surrounding land to sink. Do it! Yi Xian loudly roared as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Yao Yueye also moved at this moment. He formed a seal with both of his hands and chanted something. A bewitching blood moon emerged from his chest. Blood curse. Roar. Ghosts wailed and gods howled as the world trembled. Yi Xian and Yao Yueye spat out a large amount of essence blood, causing the blood moon to shine brightly. A mysterious and ancient chi spread out and attacked Gai Tianyuan. Curse art! Gai Tianyuan roared in shock. However, his face did not reveal any surprise. Instead, it revealed an extremely sinister smile. Something's not right. When Yi Xian saw the smile on Gai Tianyuan's face, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He felt that something must have gone wrong. Brother Yi, you can accompany him in death. I'll take my leave first. Suddenly, Yao Yeye turned into a streak of blood light and shot into the distance. He didn't even look back as he left. The blood moon technique that the two of them had unleashed together had actually strangely covered Yi Xian and Gai Tianyuan within it. You damn transvestite! Yi Xian instantly realized that something was wrong. Yao Yueye did not want to cooperate with him at all. Instead, he wanted him and Gai Tianyuan to die together. Yi Xian, you shameless thief! Today is the day you die. Gai Tianyuan laughed maniacally. So what if Yao Yueye escaped? At this moment, Gai Tianyuan only wanted to kill Yi Xian. He had no other thoughts. Run! The space-time ability was activated, but Yi Xian suddenly found that he could not move his body. This was simply too horrifying. It's useless. That brat used the blood moon curse. This curse was cast on you. You can't even move your body right now. Gai Tianyuan laughed maniacally. Damn it! Yi Xian roared sinisterly. He had been hunting geese all day and even had his eyes pecked by them. This Yao Yeye obviously knew that Gai Tianyuan hated Yi Xian the most, so he cursed Yi Xian and naturally escaped. Yao Yueye believed that Gai Tianyuan would not abandon Yi Xian and chase after him. This was indeed a foolproof plan. Die! The extreme Dao attack had been brewing for a long time. This represented Gai Tianyuan's overwhelming killing intent. The resplendent light pierced through the sky and was about to crush Yi Xian in the next moment. At this critical moment, Yi Xian's expression became crazed. The space-time tree swayed as he prepared to summon the river of time to take Gai Tianyuan down with him. Suddenly, before Yi Xian could summon the river of time, an ear-piercing scream of pain rang out. Ah! The extreme Dao attack collapsed. Gai Tianyuan's soul essence dimmed. The originally resplendent soul gradually cracked, as if it would explode at any moment. Oh! This scene made Yi Xian give up on summoning the river of time. He stared blankly at Gai Tianyuan. It took him a full 3 breaths of time to recover. His face was filled with ecstasy. Ha ha ha! Yi Xian laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. He looked at Gai Tianyuan as if he was looking at a dead man. Gai Tianyuan, you idiot! Let's see who will die today. Yi Xian snarled sinisterly. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. It turned out that Gai Tianyuan had fought Yi Xian and Venerable Sky Tyrant to the point where both sides were injured. Later on, he risked his life and sacrificed his soul essence to kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, after traveling for millions of miles, Gai Tianyuan's soul essence gradually weakened. Finally, when he was about to unleash his extreme Dao attack, it reached the breaking point and caused him to suffer a great calamity. Bang! The blood moon curse had a certain time limit. Yi Xian just happened to break free at this moment and could move again. Gai Tianyuan, go to hell. Yi Xian definitely wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He also wouldn't waste so much time talking nonsense before killing. He instantly charged at Gai Tianyuan, wanting to destroy his soul as soon as possible. Yi Xian, you little thief, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Gai Tianyuan roared. His soul essence instantly exploded, but it condensed into a golden light that attacked Yi Xian. Chapter 1172. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. His heart trembled violently. He wanted to dodge the golden light, but it was too fast. Yi Xian couldn't dodge in time. Swoosh! Ah! Gai Tianyuan turned into a golden light and shot into Yi Xian's forehead. Yi Xian fell from the sky. He clutched his head and screamed in pain. Possession! You want to take over my body? Yi Xian roared. He felt as if his head was going to explode. An extremely terrifying will was crushing his saint soul. Ah! Yi Xian rolled on the ground in pain. Terrifying veins squirmed on his forehead. It was proof of the terrible pain Yi Xian was suffering. Gai Tianyuan was only left with a wisp of his soul. However, his soul was extremely powerful. It was an immortal realm soul. Now that it had invaded Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, it caused unimaginable damage to him. Die! Die! Gai Tianyuan roared crazily in Yi Xian's body. Not only did he want Yi Xian dead, he also wanted to take over Yi Xian's body to prolong his life. You're the one who's going to die. Nirvana energy! Yi Xian roared. The nirvana energy rushed towards his sea of consciousness. He sat cross-legged in the void. He wanted to use the nirvana energy to kill Gai Tianyuan in one fell swoop. Yi Xian's face kept changing. He instantly turned into Gai Tianyuan's appearance and roared crazily, Yi Xian, even if you kill me with the nirvana energy, your sea of consciousness will be destroyed by the nirvana energy. At that time, you will also become an idiot. I'll take your life. Yi Xian's face returned to normal. He let out a sinister roar. This was a battle of souls. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void, his face alternating between ferocious and sinister. No one knew who would emerge victorious in this battle of souls. The sun rose and the moon set, and the stars moved. After a full 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Xian gradually opened his eyes. His ferocious expression finally returned to normal, and he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. You've been watching for so long. Why haven't you come out yet? Yi Xian said softly. He looked into the distance, but he didn't get any response. Looks like you want me to invite you out. Boom! Yi Xian stretched out his 5 fingers and the power of spacetime was unleashed. The space around them crumbled and a figure was sucked in by Yi Xian. Bang! Yi Xian struck out with his palm, causing the man to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall heavily onto the ground. Yao Yuyi. This person was actually Yao Yuyi who had fled in a hurry. PFFF. Yao Yuyi's mouth was bleeding profusely as he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. However, he looked at Yi Xian with an indescribable shock. Are you Yi Xian, or Gai Tianyuan? Yao Yuyi asked in fear. Actually, Yao Yuyi didn't flee at all. He was only hiding in the dark to spy on Yi Xian and Gai Tianyuan's battle. He wanted to sit on the mountain and reap the spoils later. And the reason why Yao Yuyi took such a huge risk was because of his greed. One had to know that Yi Xian cultivated 3 supreme powers and had the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. How could Yao Yuyi not be tempted? His idea was simple. He just needed to wait for Yi Xian and Gai Tianyuan to be injured. Then, he would naturally be able to seize the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. However, Yao Yuyi didn't expect that Gai Tianyuan's body would have a problem. A wisp of his remnant soul even wanted to possess Yi Xian's body. This caused the two of them to engage in a soul battle. Yao Yuyi wanted to make a move, but when he sensed Yi Xian's terrifying aura, he suppressed this thought. After all, he was seriously injured and didn't have much combat strength. However, Yi Xian had already woken up and sensed his existence. This made Yao Yuyi extremely shocked. He didn't know if the person standing in front of him was Yi Xian or Gai Tianyuan. Brother Yao is really forgetful. You and I just went through a difficult time together. How can you not recognize me in such a short time? Yi Xian smiled coldly. You are Yi Xian. Then Gai Tianyuan. Looking at Yi Xian's cold expression, Yao Yuyi was extremely sure that the other party was indeed Yi Xian. Didn't this mean that Gai Tianyuan's remnant soul had already been destroyed by Yi Xian? Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't answer Yao Yuyi's question. Instead, he pointed a finger at Yao Yuyi and instantly restrained him in front of him. Then, he took Yao Yuyi and soared into the sky, disappearing from this world. This was a nameless mountain range. In the middle of the mountain, there was a cave that had been opened up. Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged inside. An extremely terrifying holy light circled around his body, and an extremely terrifying aura faintly erupted. Break. Crack. Something seemed to break inside Yi Xian's body. An extremely terrifying aura burst out. He directly broke through to the great sacred ruler realm, and his cultivation became even more terrifying. What a great sky tyrant venerable! I only purified 30% of his vitality and directly stepped into the great sacred ruler realm. Yi Xian exhaled a turbid breath, and a sigh came from his mouth. Humph, what's there to be proud of? You're just a mortal. At most, you can cultivate to the creation and ruin realm. In the end, you're just an ant in the chaotic world. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. The owner of this voice was Gai Tianyuan. He was actually still in Yi Xian's body. Old thing, I advise you to not be noisy in my ears. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Xian whispered sinisterly. A wisp of nirvana power circulated in his body, and Gai Tianyuan's extremely miserable cry was heard. Stop! Stop! You bastard, stop right there. I hope you remember this. If you make me unhappy, even if I can't kill you, I can make you live in eternal torment. Yi Xian whispered coldly. I'll remember. Stop. Gai Tianyuan said weakly. If anyone could see the scene in Yi Xian's consciousness right now, they would definitely realize that Gai Tianyuan's remnant soul was dimmed, and was being bound by a wisp of nirvana power. As it turned out, Yi Xian had emerged victorious in that soul battle between the two of them. However, Gai Tianyuan's remnant soul was extremely strong, and even Yi Xian had no way of destroying it. After all, Gai Tianyuan was once at the immortal state. Even if he was only left with a remnant soul, it was not something that Yi Xian could destroy. In the end, Yi Xian had no choice but to use the nirvana power to trap Gai Tianyuan within his consciousness. Even though he could not kill Gai Tianyuan was still being restrained. Of course, it was not that Yi Xian had no way of killing Gai Tianyuan. After all, the nirvana power could destroy anything, including Gai Tianyuan's remnant soul. However, if he did so, Yi Xian's consciousness would be severely damaged as well. That was a price that Yi Xian could not afford to pay. Therefore, Yi Xian could only imprison Gai Tianyuan in his sea of consciousness for the time being. He wouldn't let Gai Tianyuan leave at all. Although this caused Yi Xian to have a knot in his heart, it was the best solution. Chapter 1173. Once he found a way to eliminate Gai Tianyuan, he would naturally take this old man's life. At the same time, Yi Xian did not waste any time. He had devoured Sky Tyrant Venerable's blood soul essence, which allowed him to refine 30% of the purest Yuan Qi, helping him enter the great Saint King realm. Yi Xian, why don't we make a deal? If you let me go, I can agree to any of your conditions and give you anything you want, Gai Tianyuan said weakly, lowering his status to the extreme. Gai Tianyuan had shot himself in the foot. He originally wanted to die together with Yi Xian, but he did not expect to be imprisoned in Yi Xian's knowledge sea. Now, he could not advance or retreat. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to Gai Tianyuan, and it was even more impossible for him to let his remnant soul out. If this fellow were to find an original body, he'd definitely be the first to kill him. Yi Xian definitely wouldn't give Gai Tianyuan the chance. Inside the cave, Yi Xian ignored Gai Tianyuan's incessant chatter in his knowledge sea and got up to walk into the depths of the cave. At the end of the cave, Yao Yeye was covered in blood and tied to a wooden stake by the space-time chains. He was weakly moaning. Pa! Ugh! A divine whip appeared in Yi Xian's hand. A whip shadow viciously lashed Yao Yeye's body, immediately waking him up from his weak state. A muffled groan came from his mouth. Brother Yao, how does this divine whip taste? Yi Xian held the divine whip in his hand with a cruel grin on his face as he asked Yao Yeye. Yi Xian, I will not tell you the incantation. I advise you to let me go. If the people of the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace know that you have imprisoned me, you will definitely die without a burial ground. Yao Yeye's face was filled with hatred as he threatened Yi Xian. Pa pa pa. The divine whip swept across the sky and blood splattered everywhere. Countless whip shadows lashed Yao Yeye's body, causing large amounts of blood to splatter on the ground, causing Yao Yeye to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. This whip was called the God-beating whip. It was a spirit weapon that could injure the soul. Every lash could cause unimaginable pain. Stop, stop! Yao Yeye painfully screamed. Tsk tisk. Yi Xian curled his lips and said, Brother Yao, as long as you obediently tell me the incantation to open your Qianquan bag, you won't have to suffer so much pain, don't you think so? Yi Xian's spirit's incantation, to Yi Xian's twos to know the incantations as to twos, he whips as cheese ask him to spirit the 9th spirit child of the 10,000 spirit palace, there must be unimaginable treasures in his Qianquan bag. Yi Xian naturally would not let him go, so he whipped him day and night, hoping to force out the incantation to open his Qianquan bag. Yi Xian, it's not that I, Yao Yeye, care about these worldly possessions. I'm just afraid that if I give you the incantation to open my Qianquan bag, you will take my life in the next moment. Yao Yeye weakly mocked himself. Yao Yeye could be considered to have seen through Yi Xian's character. As long as he had no value to Yi Xian, he would definitely take his life. So even if he was tortured by Yi Xian, Yao Yeye would definitely not tell Yi Xian the incantation because he did not want to die. You really think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Xian sinisterly smiled. Although he was very interested in the treasures in the Qianquan bag, he still cared about Yao Yeye's cultivation. You, what do you want to do? Yao Yeye was horrified. An extremely strong feeling of death assaulted him. He was certain that Yi Xian wanted to kill him. There's no point in keeping you alive, so I might as well kill you. Yi Xian sinisterly smiled. A strand of nirvanic energy appeared. It was clear that he would take Yao Yeye's life in the next moment. No, you can't kill me. Brother Yi, spare me, spare me. Yao Yeye spoke in fear. His entire face was pale from fright as he bitterly begged Yi Xian. Yi Xian, spare his life. He will be of great use to you. Suddenly, without waiting for Yi Xian to act, Gai Tianyuan's voice rang out in Yi Xian's mind. This caused Yi Xian to slightly frown. Gai Tianyuan, you can't even save yourself, yet you want to plead for him? Yi Xian sneered. What a joke. Why would I plead for him? I just don't want you to die so quickly. If you die, I'm afraid I won't be able to live either, Gai Tianyuan retorted. What do you mean? Yi Xian was startled. I originally thought you were very smart. I never thought you'd be so foolish. Gai Tianyuan said coldly, don't forget that it was you who schemed against the Myriad Spirit Palace that caused all this. Right now, the entire Myriad Spirit Palace has suffered heavy losses. It will definitely alarm the people of the main palace and they will come to investigate. If this brat dies, you'll become the first suspect. At that time, think about what will happen to you. But if I don't kill him, he'll still tell the truth. At that time, I'll still have to face the wrath of the myriad spirit palace, Yi Xian said darkly. But if you kill him, you'll really have no way out, Gai Tianyuan said grimly. It was not that Gai Tianyuan was thinking for Yi Xian. Instead, he was imprisoned in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. If Yi Xian encountered any life-threatening danger, he would die in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness as well. After all, the nirvana chains that bound his soul fragment were not just for show. They really could bring him unimaginable killing intent. However, what you said does make some sense. Then I'll spare his life for now. Yi Xian's eyes lit up slightly. As if he had thought of something, the killing intent around him dissipated. Yao Yeye could not hear the conversation between Yi Xian and Gai Tianyuan. He only saw that Yi Xian seemed to be deep in thought. When he sensed Yi Xian's killing intent dissipating, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his life was saved. Thanks to Gai Tianyuan's reminder, Yi Xian thought of a brilliant plan. Covert action, golden cicada shedding its carapace. These simple words explained Yi Xian's thoughts. Now that the myriad spirit subhall had suffered heavy losses in the outside world, with all the elders dead and less than a tenth of the disciples left. Furthermore, the ninth spirit son, Yao Yeye, had also disappeared. This would definitely cause a huge uproar. As the saying goes, paper cannot contain fire. This matter would definitely be spread to the outside world by the disciples who were lucky enough to survive. At that time, Yi Xian would also become the target of public criticism. Yi Xian's idea was very simple and also very bold. If he appeared in the outside world with Yao Yeye's appearance and replaced Yao Yeye as the ninth spirit son, all these troubles would be easily resolved. With Yao Yeye's identity, he would also obtain countless benefits, enough to give him ample time to cultivate. After all, Yi Xian had yet to cultivate the primal chaos star master's inheritance and had yet to refine his body. This required time to cultivate. If he appeared in the outside world with Yi Xian's identity, all kinds of troubles would probably find him. Furthermore, to cultivate an avatar, he still lacked 4 primal chaos elemental stones. With Yao Yeye's identity as the ninth spirit son, these things would definitely be easy to collect. However, to transform into Yi Xian was easy in theory, but it was very difficult to actually do it. After all, the transformation technique was just a method to deceive others. As long as one's cultivation was higher than Yi Xian's, they would naturally be able to see through it. This was an unsolvable problem. However, Yi Xian was not worried because he thought of someone who could definitely solve this problem, and that person was Gai Tianyuan. A world-shaking monstrous genius who had once competed with the myriad spirit lord, an unparalleled character who was once in the immortal realm. Gai Tianyuan should be familiar with many lost secret techniques, right? Although Yi Xian had no choice but to imprison Gai Tianyuan in his knowledge sea, if he could squeeze out all of Gai Tianyuan's value, it would only be beneficial to Yi Xian. From this series of events, Yi Xian could see that an old fellow like Gai Tianyuan had many tricks up his sleeve, and this was precisely where he was lacking. Chapter 1174. However, he could not kill Yao Yeye for the time being. Since he wanted to impersonate him, it was necessary to keep him alive. Collect. Yi Xian flipped his hand and a gourd appeared. As Yi Xian opened the gourd, he sucked Yao Yeye inside. Yi Xian, let me out. What are you trying to do? Yao Yeye roared from within the gourd. Although he had survived, he was still trapped in Yi Xian's gourd. He was naturally filled with fear. Seal. Yi Xian casually sealed the gourd, completely isolating Yao Yue's voice. After doing that, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Old man, I need you to help me with something, Yi Xian said to Gai Tianyuan in his sea of consciousness with his hands behind his back. Why should I help you? Gai Tianyuan replied coldly in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Why should I? Yi Xian smiled. However, his smile was slightly sinister, giving off a sinister feeling. Because you're locked in my sea of consciousness. If I die at the hands of the myriad spirit sky palace, the nirvanic power binding you will erupt. At that time, only death awaits you, Yi Xian said coldly. You. Gai Tianyuan said angrily, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. What Yi Xian said was the truth. He was currently tied to Yi Xian. If one of them suffered, the other would suffer as well. Gai Tianyuan, actually, there isn't much enmity between us. After all, I was the one who saved you from the Tianyuan kingdom. As for the Chaos Star Master's legacy, that was also the reward you promised me. I can promise you that as long as you behave yourself, I will return your freedom when I reach the immortal realm, Yi Xian said confidently. As the saying went, give a sweet date after a slap. This was the most basic method of controlling people. Gai Tianyuan already hated Yi Xian to the core, so Yi Xian could only threaten and bribe him. He had to give Gai Tianyuan hope. People were afraid of despair. Gai Tianyuan was no exception. Being trapped in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness for eternity and having to worry about Yi Xian finding a way to kill him, how could Gai Tianyuan not treat Yi Xian as a great enemy? Now that Yi Xian had made a promise, it was also to give Gai Tianyuan a reassurance pill to appease him. Gai Tianyuan was, but it still gave him a sliver of hope. Yi Xian's words, Yi was that B. RB. B. Tell me. What do you want me to help you with? Gai Tianyuan asked. I need a transformation technique that can fool everyone. Yi Xian went straight to the point. A transformation technique that can fool everyone? Gai Tianyuan was taken aback. Then, he instantly understood Yi Xian's plan. You want to transform into Yao Yueya? Aren't you a little too bold? Gai Tianyuan blurted out in shock. He continued, do you know that the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace is not as simple as you think? There are countless terrifying characters inside. If you reveal even the slightest flaw, you will face certain death. Life and death are fated. Riches and honor are up to the heavens. There are too many dangers along the way to become the strongest of all time. Compared to the benefits, these trifling dangers are worth the risk, Yi Xian said coldly. Strongest of all time. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Gai Tianyuan murmured in a daze. Then, he laughed out loud, Yi Xian, I really didn't expect your ambition to be so great. You want to become the strongest of all time? Don't you think you are a joke? Joke? Yi Xian muttered coldly. Then, he narrowed his eyes, you will know in the future whether I, Yi Xian, am a joke. Now, cut the crap. Do you have a transformation technique or not? I do have a transformation technique. It is called the Heavenly Cicada Transformation. It is an extremely profound transformation technique. Apart from the strongest of all time and a few people with great abilities, no one can see through your true form. Gai Tianyuan replied in a deep voice. This technique can't fool the strongest of all time. Yi Xian frowned. After all, he had pretended to be the ninth spirit son, Yao Yueya. Sooner or later, he would have to deal with people from the myriad spirit sky palace. If he met the legendary Lord of all spirits, wouldn't his identity be exposed at a glance? Not to mention the Lord of all spirits, if those so-called great beings discovered his identity, he would be in great danger as well. Don't be hasty. I haven't finished speaking. Gai Tianyuan said coldly. The heavenly cicada transformation originates from the Nine Heavens Cicada clan. They are a clan of the chaotic universe. They are extremely few in number, but each of them is terrifyingly powerful. As long as you can find a profound cicada bead and merge it into your body, even the Lord of all spirits won't be able to see through your true form. Profound cicada bead? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He asked, where can I get it? The profound cicada bead is the inner core of the nine heavens cicada. Where do you think I can get it? Gai Tianyuan sneered. Gai Tianyuan, you dare to trick me? Yi Xian's face turned cold as the power of nirvanic extermination erupted. Clearly, he wanted to give Gai Tianyuan a taste of his own medicine. Stop! I have the profound cicada bead. Gai Tianyuan panicked. Clearly, he was extremely wary of the power of nirvanic extermination. Humph! Yi Xian snorted coldly. It seemed that he couldn't be too polite to this old bastard Gai Tianyuan. Otherwise, it would really fuel his arrogance. However, I placed the profound cicada bead in the Grand Central Territory. You can only get it when you go there, Gai Tianyuan quickly said. The Grand Central Territory? Yi Xian nodded slightly. Even if the profound cicada bead wasn't in the Grand Central Territory, he would have to go there sooner or later. After all, the Grand Central Territory was his stage. That was where he would rise to prominence. However, before he went to the Grand Central Territory, he still needed to be fully prepared. Only then could he go there with a peace of mind. Firstly, since he wanted to impersonate Yao Yueya, he needed to reach the nine heavens Saint King level. Secondly, he needed to cultivate the inheritance of a chaotic star master. Only then would he have another life-saving method. Thirdly, he needed to gather the chaotic 5 elemental bead and cultivate an avatar before he went to the Grand Central Territory. However, before that, he needed to cultivate the heavenly cicada transformation successfully and appear in the Grand Southern Territory as Yao Yueya. After all, Yao Yueya had been missing for too long and would definitely attract the attention of the 10,000 Spirit Palace. The next step was very simple. Gai Tianyuan didn't waste any time and passed the heavenly cicada transformation's incantation to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't delay and quickly cultivated it. 10 years later, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yi Xian's appearance and figure gradually changed. After a few dozen breaths, he had turned into Yao Yueya. Did I succeed? Yi Xian muttered. He directly created a mirror image to look at his own appearance. Indeed, he found that he had turned into Yao Yueya. Even his aura was exactly the same. Chapter 1175. The heavenly cicada transformation is a great transformation technique and a peerless secret technique of the nine heavens cicada clan. There are very few people in this world who can see through this technique. If you can merge with the black cicada bead, then even the strongest experts of all time won't be able to see through your true form. However, I have to remind you of two things. The heavenly cicada transformation is not omnipotent. If you meet the nine heavens cicada clan, they will definitely see through your identity because the heavenly cicada transformation is a transformation technique created by the nine heavens cicada clan. Secondly, although you have transformed into Yao Yu and even imitated his aura, you do not possess the Yao Yu battle body, nor have you cultivated his cultivation technique. If you were to use your full strength, you would definitely reveal your own aura. That would definitely arouse the suspicions of others. You must pay attention to this matter, Gai Tianyuan explained. Thank you for the advice. Yi Xian nodded. However, you can rest assured that the nine heavens cicada clan is very rare. Even when I roamed the Grand Central Territory, I only met one person and that person was personally killed by me. Now that you are in the Grand Southern Territory, no one will be able to see through your true form. Gai Tianyuan said. Gai Tianyuan then told Yi Xian a few things to pay attention to and let Yi Xian memorize them one by one. One had to admit that Gai Tianyuan was indeed very powerful. His mastery of methods and knowledge was an eye-opener for Yi Xian. Gai Tianyuan was like an encyclopedia. This was a great help to Yi Xian, and this was exactly what Yi Xian lacked. Let's go, it is time to leave. I'm afraid the outside world is already in chaos. Yi Xian said in a deep voice and disappeared from the cave with one step. The Grand Southern Territory was in an uproar. Chaos, it was all chaos. More than half of the myriad spirit palace was destroyed. Venerable Sky Tyrant died tragically and all the elders were killed. Only a few disciples managed to survive this battle. The news of Gai Tianyuan's appearance, Venerable of Sky Tyrant and Yao Yuyi joining forces to fight him, and Yi Xian's participation, quickly spread throughout the Great Southern Dou region. Fortunately, the foundation of the Myriad Spirit Palace Hall was extremely deep, and there was definitely more than one Venerable Sky Tyrant. The two Supreme Elders returned to the Myriad Spirit Palace Hall and finally calmed down the turmoil. The two Grand Supreme Elders were both in the creation realm and were the true foundation of the All Spirits Palace. However, the first thing the two of them did when they returned to the Myriad Spirits Palace was to search for the ninth spirit son, Yao Yueya. If Venerable Sky Tyrant died, then so be it. However, ninth spirit son was different. He was the target of the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace's cultivation. They could not afford any accidents. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the wrath of the main palace. However, after searching for ninth spirit son for 10 years, they could not find any clues. Yi Xian also became their target of suspicion. They even personally went to Butian Pavilion to ask for him. Naturally, Butian Pavilion Master could not hand him over. Fortunately, Butian Pavilion Master had Butian sect behind him. The two Supreme Elders did not dare to go too far. When they found out that Butian Pavilion Master did not know where Yi Xian was, they could only return to the Myriad Spirit Palace Hall. However, it was also at this time that Yao Yueya reappeared in the world and returned to the Myriad Spirit Palace Hall. When this news spread out, the entire Great Southern Dou region gradually calmed down. However, with Yao Yueya's return, another piece of news spread out. It made Butian Pavilion Master angry and helpless. He did not know how to explain it to Sect Master Butian. The content of this news was very simple. It was also spread by Yao Yueya. Yi Xian's wild ambition led Gai Tianyuan to the Myriad Spirit Palace Hall. Yao Yueya led Venerable Sky Tyrant and tens of thousands of disciples to kill Gai Tianyuan and Yi Xian. Venerable Sky Tyrant fell in this battle and the entire Myriad Spirit Palace Hall suffered heavy losses. Yao Yueya was also heavily injured and only returned to the Myriad Spirit Palace Hall after recovering from his injuries. When Butian Pavilion Master found out about Yi Xian's death, his entire mind was restless. He naturally knew that Yi Xian wanted to borrow someone else's knife to kill him because he was at the scene at the time. Now that Yi Xian died at Yao Yueya's hands, Butian Pavilion Master felt that this was only natural. However, he did not know how to explain it to Sect Master Butian. This was because Sect Master Butian asked him to protect Yi Xian's life. Now that Yi Xian was killed by the Myriad Spirit Palace Hall, how could he explain this to Sect Master Butian? Inside Butian Pavilion. Butian Pavilion Master paced back and forth. The aura around his body was extremely chaotic. He did not know whether or not he should tell Sect Master Butian this news. What should come will come in the end. Old Sect Master should be able to understand my difficulties. Butian Pavilion Master let out a sigh. Then, he struck an ancient mirror in front of him with a spiritual art. Whine. Smoke rolled on the surface of the mirror. After a dozen or so breaths of time, a blurry figure appeared in the mirror. It was clearly Sect Master Butian. What's the matter? Sect Master Butian asked indifferently. He had told Butian Pavilion Master not to contact him unless there was something important. After all, he was currently focusing all of his energy on Lu Bai. Sect Master, Yi Xian is dead. Bang! Butian Pavilion Master kneeled down and kowtowed. His entire body was trembling. He did not know how Sect Master Butian would deal with him. What? Dead? Sect Master Butian said in shock. Even through the ancient mirror, Butian Pavilion Master could feel the old sect master's extremely gloomy aura on the other side. How could this be? How could this be? How could he die? You deserve to die to the extreme. Sect Master Butian was furious. A terrifying ray of light appeared on the surface of the mirror, as if it wanted to cross through the layers of obstacles and kill Butian Pavilion Master. Sect Master, please spare my life. Please listen to this disciple's explanation. This disciple is truly powerless. Butian Pavilion Master said while trembling. Speak, what exactly happened? Sect Master Butian roared in anger. It's like this. Butian Pavilion Master did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly explained everything. On the other side, Sect Master Butian gradually became silent. When Butian Pavilion Master finished speaking, a light sigh also came out from the mirror. This matter is indeed not your fault. This Yi Xian is simply lawless. He only has himself to blame for dying at the hands of the 10,000 Spirits Palace. Sect Master Butian murmured hatefully. Butian Pavilion Master did not care about Yi Xian's life or death, but he had promised Lu Bai that he would protect Yi Xian's life. Right now, the thing that gave him a headache was how to face Lu Bai. This was the reason why he was so angry and restless. This disciple is wrong. Please punish me. Butian Pavilion Master kowtowed again and again. This matter has nothing to do with you. You can leave. Sect Master Butian let out a heavy sigh. His indistinct figure disappeared from the mirror. This also made Butian Pavilion Master let out a sigh of relief. The heavy stone in his heart had finally been lifted. On the other side. Central Region, Heaven Mending Sect. Sect Master Butian's brows were tightly locked. Even the aura around his body was extremely fluctuating. He did not know whether he should tell this news to Lu Bai or not. He was deeply afraid that Lu Bai would just leave. Hide it from him for now. Sect Master Butian muttered in a low voice. No, paper cannot wrap fire. He will know about this matter sooner or later. If I wait until he is strong enough to tell him, he will hate my heaven-mending sect. At that time, my heaven-mending sect will be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. It seems like this is the only way. Sect Master Butian was a peerless figure. He was definitely not a wishy-washy person. Instead, he had the courage to make a decision. He had already decided to tell Lu Bai about this matter. After all, Lu Bai was extremely intelligent. Even if he wanted to hide this matter, it would not last long. Rumble. The gate of heaven opened wide. Wearing a snow-white robe, strands of divine light of creation shot out from the gate of heaven. An extremely powerful aura gushed towards sect leader Butian like an ocean. He broke into the creation realm. Sect Master Butian was shocked awake. Lu Bai's cultivation speed had left him dumbstruck. Bai greets Sect Master. Lu Bai slowly walked out from the heavenly gate. Strands of divine light of creation surrounded his body. There was still a faint smile on his face, giving others a feeling of calmness. Chapter 1176. Good, good, good. Sect Master Butian couldn't hide his excitement. He looked at Lu Bai as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. Sect Master, do you have any news about Brother Yi? Lu Bai asked with a smile. This. Sect Master Butian's expression slightly changed. This caused Lu Bai's smile to fade away. His eyebrows twitched as a bad feeling rose in his heart. Did something happen to Brother Yi? Lu Bai asked with a deep voice. Bai, listen to me. Yi Xian, he. Sect Master Butian didn't know what to say, but the more he acted like this, the more Lu Bai felt that something very serious must have happened to Yi Xian. What happened? Lu Bai hurriedly asked. He's dead. Sect Master Butian sighed and finally told him about Yi Xian's death. Boom! Lu Bai froze on the spot, as if he was struck by lightning and his heart was in turmoil. He staggered backward, and his soul seemed to have frozen. No, can you? After 10 breaths of time, Lu Bai angrily roared. His entire being had gone insane. He didn't dare to believe this terrible news. No, Brother Yi definitely wouldn't die. He was going to become the strongest existence in history. How could he die so easily? Lu Bai roared like a madman. His eyes were as red as blood as if he was about to go mad. Listen to this old man slowly. Yi Xian was too daring. He can't blame anyone for his death. Sect Master Butian slowly told the story of Yi Xian. Time passed bit by bit. As Sect Master Butian told him the whole story, Lu Bai became extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists so hard that his fingernails dug into his palms. Blood flowed out, but he didn't even realize it. Veins popped on his forehead, making him look extremely ferocious. Myriad Spirit Palace. The 9th Spirit Sun. Lu Bai's robe fluttered as he roared. His eyes were as red as blood. The creation divine light around him exploded in all directions, proving the extent of his grief and anger. Why? Why didn't you save him? Didn't you promise me that you would protect his life? How could he have been killed by someone from the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace? Suddenly, Lu Bai roared madly at sect leader Butian. Strands of viciousness grew around him as he glared at sect leader Butian furiously. Calm down, calm down. Although sect master Butian had expected Lu Bai to be very agitated after hearing the news of Yi Xian's death, he didn't expect Lu Bai to be like this. Lu Bai was already showing signs of cultivation deviation. Tell me, why didn't you save him? Aren't you the immortal king of the immortal realm? Didn't you say that your Butian sect is an ancient sect in the chaotic world? Lu Bai roared angrily at sect master Butian. It's not that my disciple didn't want to save him, but he was powerless under those circumstances. My disciple warned Yi Xian again and again not to provoke the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace, but he didn't listen at all. That's why he was killed by the 10,000 Spirit Palace, Sect Master Butian said helplessly. 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace. 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace. Lu Bai roared angrily. The divine light of creation shattered the heavens and the earth. He walked madly towards the outside. The shocking killing intent that filled the air was extremely frightening. What are you doing? Sect Master Butian's expression changed drastically. He immediately blocked Lu Bai's path. To avenge Brother Yi. Lu Bai roared madly. A bone-chilling killing intent whistled through the heavens and the earth. Clearly, he had entered a half-crazed state. At this moment, he only wanted to avenge Yi Xian. Fool! Sect Master Butian scolded angrily, are you crazy? How can you avenge him with your current cultivation? I'm afraid you'll die at the hands of the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace as soon as you step foot on it. I'm going to kill them. Lu Bai roared angrily. He did not listen to Sect Master Butian's advice at all. At this moment, his heart was filled with hatred. He only wanted to kill everyone in the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace to avenge Yi Xian. Sect Master Butian became very anxious when he saw that Lu Bai was about to enter a crazed state. After all, there was no such thing as qi deviation in the chaotic spirit body. However, Lu Bai was clearly about to enter a crazed state right now. This was enough to show how much damage he had suffered. Lu Bai, listen to me. If you go avenge Yi Xian right now, the only one who will die will be you. If Yi Xian knows about this in the underworld, he definitely won't let you do this. If you really want to avenge him, you need to become stronger as quickly as possible. Only when you become the strongest in history can you destroy the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace, Sect Master Butian quickly said. The strongest in history? Avenge Brother Yi. Lu Bai murmured blankly. His fists were tightly clenched. A drop of tear streaked across his cheek before slowly falling to the ground. I understand now. Lu Bai took in a deep breath before slowly exhaling. His entire being gradually calmed down. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that Lu Bai's body was emitting an imperceptible evil aura. This evil aura was extremely well hidden, but it still made one's heart palpitate with fear. Seeing that Lu Bai had finally calmed down, Sect Master Butian let out a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Lu Bai would kill the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace on impulse. At that time, even he would not be able to save him. The 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace was too terrifying. Not to mention the Lord of 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace, even those old monsters who had not appeared for many years were not people he could deal with. I want you to promise me one thing, Lu Bai looked at Sect Master Butian expressionlessly. As long as you can cultivate in peace, let alone one thing, I can promise you 100 things, Sect Master Butian quickly said. All right. Lu Bai slowly nodded. He looked straight at Sect Master Butian and said, I want to travel through the central region and compete with these so-called spiritual children and divine children. No. Just as Lu Bai finished speaking, Sect Master Butian's expression changed greatly. He did not even need to think before directly rejecting Lu Bai's condition. You have a chaotic spirit body. If your identity is known by the outside world, you will be hunted down by the various great sections. A chaotic spirit body that has not matured will still face the danger of dying. This old man can promise you anything, but this is the only thing I cannot promise you. Sect Master Butian roared with a trembling voice. He definitely could not agree to Lu Bai's condition because there were too many unimaginable dangers involved. He could not afford to take such a risk. If you do not agree, then Bai can only bid farewell to Sect Master. Lu Bai's expression did not change as he bowed toward Sect Master Butian. You. Sect Master Butian's face turned red, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. He knew that he could not persuade Lu Bai. Fine, fine, fine. Sect Master Butian sighed helplessly. In the end, he compromised to Lu Bai. I can promise you that you can travel through the central region, but you must hide the fact that you have a chaotic spirit body. Chapter 1177. I will teach you a transformation technique. This technique was created by the Nine Heavens Mystic Cicada clan and is called the Heavenly Cicada Transformation. As long as you don't meet the Nine Heavens Mystic Cicada clan or some powerful experts, no one will know that you are a chaos spirit body. Unfortunately, my old friend was killed by Gai Tianyuan and his Mystic Cicada Pearl was also taken away. If you can find the Mystic Cicada Pearl, no one will be able to see through your chaos spirit body. However, it doesn't matter if you don't have the Mystic Cicada Pearl. With the Heaven Mending Technique and the Heavenly Cicada Transformation, no one will be able to see through your true form unless the strongest expert of all time comes. Thank you, Sect Master. Lu Bai bowed, but a trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. This was because he wanted to walk through the central region and kill the spirit sons of the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace one by one. This was only to get some interest for Yi Xian. Until he became the strongest of all times, he would definitely personally annihilate the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace and even kill the so-called Lord of all Spirits. 10,000 Spirit Palace, 10,000 Spirit Palace. Yi Xian sat on the Palace Master's seat with two Supreme Elders beside him. They were respectfully reporting something to Yi Xian. Of course, at this moment, Yi Xian's appearance had completely transformed into Yao Yuye's. These two life and death stage great elders were naturally unable to see through his true body. Spiritual Sun, the Chaos 5 Elements bead is a supreme treasure. It will be very difficult to collect all of it. Reverend Daoguang frowned. Spiritual son, if you want the Chaos 5 Elements bead, you can report it to the main palace. There must be a lot of them in the main palace. As for the southern domain. Reverend Scarlet Heaven wanted to say something but stopped. Clearly, Yi Xian's order was a little difficult for him. Bang! Bastard! Yi Xian slammed the table and stood up. In order to exterminate Gai Tianyuan's remnant soul, this spirit son suffered heavy injuries and now needs the primal Chaos 5 Elements bead to heal his injuries. Right now, I am training in the Great Southern Do region. If I were to seek help from the main hall for everything, wouldn't I be laughed at for being incompetent by the other spirit sons? Spiritual son, please calm down. We were wrong. The two supreme elders hurriedly bowed and apologized, knowing that they had angered the ninth spiritual son. This spirit doesn't care what method you use. It doesn't matter if you snatch it or steal it. Even if you search the entire southern Do region for me, I want to see the primal 5 elements bead placed in front of me within 3 years. Spiritual son. The two supreme elders hurriedly agreed, not daring to disobey at all. From this, it could be seen how much of a deterrent the 12 spiritual sons of the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace were to these people. What are you still standing there for? Why aren't you leaving yet? Yi Xian coldly berated. Spiritual son, please calm down. We will take our leave. The two supreme elders didn't dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly bowed and left. Yi Xian was the only one left in the entire 10,000 spirit palace. Yi Xian, how do you feel about the identity of the ninth spiritual son? Gai Tianyuan's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian smiled and said, the power of the ninth spiritual son is great. Even the creation realm cultivators have to be in fear. It seems that I made a good move by changing into Yao Yueya's appearance. Yi Xian, don't be complacent. This is the Great Southern Do region, and there are very few people who know Yao Yueya. Moreover, according to what you said before, Yao Yueya is usually gentle and refined, and never gets angry easily. He's a scheming person, and if you act too self-centered and meet someone familiar with him, you'll be exposed sooner or later. Gai Tianyuan warned. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. Yi Xian smiled coldly. But I am curious. What do you want the chaotic 5 elements bead for? Do you want to cultivate an outer body incarnation? Gai Tianyuan asked tentatively. Gai Tianyuan knew very well that Yi Xian had obtained the outer body incarnation technique he left in the holy land of Taichu. If he wanted to cultivate an outer body incarnation, he needed the chaotic 5 elements bead. Yi Xian had nothing to hide after hearing Gai Tianyuan's words. Yes, I do want to cultivate an outer body incarnation. This is a great magic, so it is naturally very attractive to me. Yi Xian said. Yi Xian, I advise you to give up on this matter. You should know that this magic is very widespread, and those who can cultivate it are few and far between. This is because it is full of life-threatening dangers. Back then, even I didn't dare to cultivate this magic, Gai Tianyuan warned in a cold voice. He didn't care about Yi Xian, but if Yi Xian died while cultivating an outer body incarnation, then he would die with Yi Xian. This was not an outcome he wanted to see. You are you, and I am you. You'd better not compare me to you because you are just a failure. You have no right to tell me how to cultivate, Yi Xian said coldly. You. Gai Tianyuan said angrily because Yi Xian's words were an insult to him, but he didn't know how to refute. Don't you. A failure is a failure. You are just a stepping stone for the Lord of all spirits. If I were like you, I would end up like you in the end. Yi Xian sneered. Fine, I'll see how you cultivate an outer body incarnation. Don't beg me to save you when the time comes. Gai Tianyuan roared angrily and then fell silent. Clearly, Yi Xian had ruined his plan. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, Yi Xian had been reading the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. This inheritance was all recorded in the stone book, and Yi Xian had been studying it every day. It could be said that he had made some progress. However, this stone book was difficult to understand. Even though Yi Xian had passed the Chaos Trial and was now a Formation Grandmaster, he still found it extremely difficult to comprehend the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. Stars fall, Big Dipper line. What does this mean? Yi Xian frowned as he read the stone book in his hand. His eyes were filled with confusion because this stone book was too profound. The cultivation method described in it was only half understood. Of course, when Yi Xian was reading the stone book, he completely sealed Gai Tianyuan, not letting him see the inheritance in the stone book. This was because the Chaos Star Master's inheritance belonged to Yi Xian, and he definitely wouldn't let Gai Tianyuan see anything. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed and put away the stone book. Only then did he open the seal on Gai Tianyuan. Gai Tianyuan naturally knew that Yi Xian had sealed him to comprehend the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Hearing Yi Xian sigh, Gai Tianyuan sneered. Brat, so what if you obtained the Chaos Star Master's inheritance? Without unparalleled talent, you want to cultivate this inheritance? You're just dreaming. Humph, Yi Xian sneered. Indeed, I don't have unparalleled talent, but I'm still much stronger than you. After all, I passed the primal chaos trial, and you're still inferior to me. You. Gai Tianyuan originally wanted to take the opportunity to mock Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's retort hit his sore spot. He was on the verge of exploding in anger again, but he couldn't refute Yi Xian's words. After all, what Yi Xian said was the truth. If only Brother Bai Yi was here. With his talent, he would definitely be able to comprehend this stone book's mysteries, Yi Xian muttered. However, Yi Xian also knew that he had transformed into Yao Yuye's appearance to become the ninth spirit son and spread the news of his death. Although this was extremely beneficial to him, Yi Xian also knew that if Liu Baiyi knew of his death, he would probably be extremely grief-stricken. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. Only by doing so could he avoid a lot of trouble and not be watched by the heaven-mending sect all day long. This would allow him to have a peaceful cultivation environment. Not good, someone's coming. You have to be careful. Suddenly, Gai Tianyuan spoke in fear and instantly went silent in his sea of consciousness. Yi Xian's expression also changed. To be able to make Gai Tianyuan so cautious, this person was definitely not ordinary. As expected. After 3 breaths of time, a purple light quietly appeared in the myriad spirit palace. As the purple light dissipated, a cold-faced woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, she was sizing up Yi Xian with a frown. Chapter 1178. Yi Xian was shocked because he couldn't see through this woman's cultivation. Although she didn't reveal any aura, it made his heart tremble as if he was facing an extremely terrifying existence. Yao Yueya, you're getting bolder and bolder. You don't even know how to greet me. Violet Spirit's face was cold and her voice was like a 10,000-year-old glacier. Yi Xian was instantly awakened. His eyes moved and he quickly got up from the main seat. He then bowed to the woman but didn't say anything. Yi Xian knew that the more he spoke, the more likely he would make mistakes. He didn't know who this woman was, and if he called her by the wrong name, she would be suspicious. Yi Xian was absolutely certain that this woman was from the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. Moreover, from the tone of her voice, this woman's status was definitely extremely high. Furthermore, she knew Yao Yuyi. If she were to discover any flaws, he would definitely suffer a great calamity. Seeing Yi Xian's eyebrows drooping, Violet Spirit was puzzled. What's wrong with you? I haven't seen you for so many years. Why are you getting weirder? As Violet Spirit spoke, a ray of purple light flashed across her eyes and she looked at Yi Xian. Seeing that he wasn't a transformed person, she let go of the suspicion in her heart. Violet Spirit stepped forward and sat in Yi Xian's seat. Then she looked at Yi Xian and said, "After so many years, you're still so useless. Your cultivation has actually fallen to the great Saint King realm. It seems that you 12 spirit sons are getting more and more outrageous." Yi Xian didn't dare to answer. He was afraid that he would reveal any flaws. This woman's cultivation was too terrifying. If he attracted her suspicion, it would be extremely bad. "Why aren't you speaking?" Violet Spirit asked suspiciously. Although she hadn't seen Yao Yueya for many years, she still had a deep impression of him. Yao Yueya was extremely low-key among the 12 spirit sons. This was also related to his cultivation. Every time he saw her, he would be full of flattery. Why was he so silent today? At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in turmoil, but he knew that he had to answer. Otherwise, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of this terrifying woman. Puff! Suddenly, Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body staggered backwards, and his entire body went limp on the ground. This sudden turn of events caused Violet Spirit's expression to change. "You're injured?" Violet Spirit asked in surprise. "During the battle with Gai Tianyuan's remnant soul, not only did I use the Grand Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman, I even used various life-saving techniques. Although I managed to kill him in the end, I also suffered heavy injuries." Yi Xian put on airs as he spoke. "Humph, you're really useless. You actually put yourself in such a difficult situation. You, 9th spirit, have really disappointed me." Ziling frowned and scolded. "Take it." Although Violet Spirit was scolding Yi Xian, she waved her hand and sent out a beam of spiritual light. Yi Xian quickly caught it, and a golden medicinal pill appeared. "Eat this heavenly spirit pill. It should be enough to heal your injuries. Once you've recovered, tell me what happened," Violet Spirit said coldly. "Thank you, Fairy." Yi Xian hurriedly bowed. "Fairy?" Violet Spirit was slightly startled. She then coldly smiled at Yi Xian and said, "You've always called me Sacred Emissary Violet Spirit. Why are you calling me Fairy today? It seems that after so many years, your cultivation hasn't improved much, but your flattery skills have improved quite a bit." Yi Xian was shocked. He knew that he had said the wrong thing. Fortunately, she didn't suspect him. This also made him secretly sigh in relief. He even learned her real name. "Go. Heal your injuries first. I still have some things to ask you about Gai Tianyuan," Violet Spirit said coldly. "Yes." Yi Xian hurriedly left. Violet Spirit coldly shook her head. After so many years, Yao Yueya really hadn't improved at all. Every time he saw her, he would be submissive. However, Violet Spirit also knew that it wasn't just Yao Yueya. The other spirit sons were the same. When they saw her, they were all very respectful. This wasn't just because of her cultivation, but also because of her special identity. "I wonder if Yao Yueya obtained the inheritance of a Chaos Star Master," Violet Spirit muttered to herself. On the other side, Yi Xian left the All-Spirits Palace and quickly entered seclusion. Although the experience just now wasn't dangerous, Yi Xian was still very careful. He was afraid of arousing the woman's suspicion. "Good fellow, I didn't expect this little girl to come to the southern Dou territory." Suddenly, Gai Tianyuan's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "You know this woman?" Yi Xian said gloomily. Back then, before the Lord of all Spirits attained Tao, this little girl Violet Spirit followed him. She was Yi Lingtian's maid. I didn't expect that after more than 100 million years, this little girl's cultivation has already reached the extreme Yin realm. Gai Tianyuan sneered. Yi Lingtian. Yi Xian was stunned. Yi Ling Tian is the real name of the Lord of all spirits. The will of Ling Tian, the Lord of all spirits. I'm sure very few people know his real name now, right? Guy Tianyuan laughed at himself. But it's interesting. Your surname is Yi, and so is the Lord of all spirits. If you weren't immortal, perhaps I would have thought you were Yi Lingtian's descendant. After all, to be able to possess 3 supreme powers, you're definitely not an ordinary person, Guy Tianyuan joked. Shut up. Yi Xian scolded coldly. He didn't expect Guy Tianyuan to be in the mood to joke with him. You said this woman is at the extreme Yin realm? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. That's right. This woman is already at the peak of the extreme Yin realm. In my opinion, she will reach the extreme Yang realm in less than 30 million years. However, although her cultivation is 2 realms higher than yours, you've changed into Yao Yueya. She can't see your true form at all. Naturally, she won't be a threat to you, Guy Tianyuan said. The Saint realm, the Creation realm, and the Yin-Yang realm. At this moment, Yi Xian hadn't even reached the Creation realm, let alone the Yin-Yang realm. This was an extremely heavy pressure for Yi Xian. But what you need to pay attention to now is not to expose your identity. I'm guessing that this little girl Violet Spirit came to the southern Dou territory on Yi Lingtian's orders. It must be for the inheritance of the Chaos Star Masters, Guy Tianyuan said with certainty. Hearing Guy Tianyuan's words, Yi Xian slowly nodded in agreement. Fortunately, he left himself a way out and didn't kill Yao Yueya. Now, it seemed that this was the right choice. Buzz. Yi Xian flipped his hand and a gourd appeared in his hand. As he opened the mouth of the gourd, a wisp of smoke came out. As the smoke dissipated, Yao Yueya appeared in front of Yi Xian, covered in blood. Brother Yi, let me go. I beg you. No matter what you want me to do, I'll do it. Bang! Yao Yueya knelt at Yi Xian's feet and begged in a sorrowful voice. He was really scared. How could he still have the dignity of the 9th spirit son? Chapter 1179. Being trapped in a small gourd in complete darkness and silence, Yao Yuyi was almost driven mad. Now that he had escaped from the gourd, he really did not want to go back to that dark environment. Brother Yao, do you know the woman Purple Spirit? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. Saint Envoy Purple Spirit. Yao Yuyi was shocked and his face lit up with joy. But when he saw Yi Xian turn into his own appearance and stare at him with a gloomy face, Yao Yuye's heart trembled and his face turned bitter and helpless. Saint Envoy Purple Spirit is incomparably noble, I naturally know her. Yao Yuyi answered helplessly. Brother Yao, I don't want to waste my breath on you. I can promise not to kill you and I can return your freedom in the future, but I need your cooperation. Tell me everything you know about this Purple Spirit. Yi Xian said coldly. What happened next was simple. Under Yi Xian's coercion, Yao Yuyi had no choice but to compromise with Yi Xian and tell Yi Xian everything he knew. As time passed, from Yao Yuye's narration, Yi Xian obtained extremely useful information and knew how he should face Purple Spirit. The miserable Yao Yuyi was once again sucked into the gourd and no matter how sorrowfully he begged Yi Xian chose to ignore him. Myriad Spirit Palace. You've recovered from your injuries? Purple Spirit sat on the seat of honor and looked at Yi Xian indifferently. Thank you Saint Envoy for the medicine. My injuries have recovered but the drop in my cultivation level will require time to cultivate again. Yi Xian replied with a smile. At that moment, Yi Xian was really like Yao Yuyi, showing the demeanor of a graceful gentleman. Yao Yuye's face was already devilishly handsome, giving people a sense of breathtaking. Purple Spirit could be said to hate Yao Yuyi because she hated Yao Yuyi acting like a woman. However, Violet Spirit did not doubt Yi Xian's identity at all. After all, Her impression of Yao Yuyi was like this. You're ranked 9th out of the 12 spirit sons. You've fallen from a 9 heaven saint king to a great saint king. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your position as the 9th spirit son. However, you killed Gai Tianyuan and obtained the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. It's all worth it, Violet Spirit said coldly. Sacred Emissary Purple Spirit, you've misunderstood. I didn't receive the inheritance of a chaotic Star Master. Yi Xian had already guessed Purple Spirit's intentions and immediately denied it. What kind of joke was this? If Yi Xian admitted that the Chaos Star Master's inheritance was in his hands, he would probably be dragged back to the central region to meet the Lord of all spirits. It's not in your hands. Violet Spirit frowned. Sacred Emissary, although I killed Gai Tianyuan, I didn't see the Chaos Star Master's inheritance. Everything I said is true. I don't dare to lie to you, Sacred Emissary, Yi Xian said sincerely. Looking at Yi Xian's extremely sincere expression, Violet Spirit directly believed his words. She knew very well that Yi Xian wouldn't dare to lie to her because lying to her was the same as lying to the Lord of all spirits. Yao Yuyi didn't have the guts to do so. Unfortunately, Violet Spirit didn't know that the person standing in front of her wasn't Yao Yuyi. How could this be? Violet Spirit frowned and muttered softly, the Heaven Master said that the Chaos Star Master had appeared and told me to come to the southern region to search for it. If you didn't receive the inheritance, then who did? As soon as Violet Spirit finished speaking, Yi Xian was shocked. However, his expression remained calm, but his heart had long since been filled with monstrous waves. Sacred Emissary, there was a person called Yi Xian who was hunted down by Gai Tianyuan. Afterwards, he found the Myriad Spirit Palace. Yi Xian had already prepared his explanation one by one. He told Violet Spirit about the series of events that had happened. Naturally, there was a lot of water mixed into it. I killed Yi Xian and Gai Tianyuan, but I didn't find the Chaos Star Master's inheritance on them. However, I did learn about the ruins of the Tianyuan kingdom. Perhaps the Chaos Star Master's inheritance is there, Yi Xian said quickly. Looks like I'll have to personally go to the ruins of the Tianyuan kingdom, Violet Spirit murmured after hearing Yi Xian's story. She then suddenly stood up and walked towards the outside world. Cultivate here for now. When I return to the central region, you can come with me. Violet Spirit had already left, but her voice constantly echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Farewell, Sacred Emissary Violet Spirit. Yi Xian clasped his hands and bowed. However, his lips curled into a strange smile. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Yi Xian was the only one left in the Myriad Spirit Palace. Gai Tianyuan's voice rang out in Yi Xian's head. Although this girl's cultivation is much higher than yours, she's too simple-minded. How can she be your opponent? If you can make good use of her, she might be of great help to you, Gai Tianyuan said with a sinister smile. Humph, Yi Xian looked in the direction Violet Spirit had left in and snorted coldly. High and mighty. Full of a sense of superiority. This girl has never been through life and death. She doesn't know what it means to be sinister. No matter how high her cultivation is, it'll only take an instant for me to toy with her to death. But you're right. I'm now the 9th spiritual son. Sooner or later, I'll go to the Central Territory. This silly girl has a high status in the Myriad Spirit Palace. If I can make good use of her, she'll be of great help to me, Yi Xian said with a cold smile. Yi Xian, don't be arrogant. After all, this girl's cultivation is much higher than yours. If she finds out that you're making use of her, I'm afraid you'll die without a burial place, Gai Tianyuan said. Arrogant? Yi Xian said with a strange smile. I'm not arrogant. Women are women. They're just men's accessories. To put it bluntly, they're just playthings. Since ancient times, beauties have caused trouble. Many heroes have been defeated by women. It's a pity that I, Yi Xian, only treat women as tools. It'll be fine if she's obedient. However, if she doesn't listen to me, I'll definitely take her life. After all, a silly girl in the Yin realm is a great nourishment. Yi Xian said strangely. Boy, you're really ruthless. Gai Tianyuan's voice was complicated. He had seen Yi Xian's character firsthand. It reminded him of some unbearable past. Back then, Gai Tianyuan had also gone crazy for a woman. However, in the end, he was heartbroken and was left far behind by the myriad spirit palace. If he had Yi Xian's character of treating women like playthings, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. At this moment, Gai Tianyuan felt a little pity for Violet Spirit. Of all the people she could have met, she just had to meet Yi Xian. Even if this little girl's cultivation was high, she would probably be tricked to death by Yi Xian. After all, Gai Tianyuan had personally experienced Yi Xian's methods. Even he had been tricked by Yi Xian to this extent. How could a little girl be a match for Yi Xian? Chapter 1180. Madly accumulating wealth and eating unsightly. This sentence was used to describe a greedy person, but it couldn't be more suitable for Yi Xian. 1,000 years passed quickly. Yi Xian relied on his identity as the ninth spirit son to crazily plunder all kinds of cultivation resources. Anything that caught his eye was taken away. Unfortunately, he only found 3 pieces of the chaotic 5-elemental stone. Including the earth spirit stone in Yi Xian's hands, he already had 4 pieces. Now, he was only missing the last piece, the water spirit stone. However, after 100 years, there was no news of the water spirit stone. This made Yi Xian feel very bad. Although he didn't have the chaotic 5-elemental stone, Yi Xian had secretly devoured countless great sages in the past 100 years. His cultivation was also gradually increasing. The most important problem was that Yi Xian had already comprehended the first level of the chaotic star master and knew the real name of the stone book in his hands. Astral Origin Art. These 3 simple words seemed very ordinary, but this was the inheritance of a chaos star master. Yi Xian had spent 100 years just to cultivate the first level. This couldn't be said to be slow. This was also because Yi Xian had passed the chaotic star master's trial. Otherwise, even if he had millions of years, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the first level of the astral origin art. There were 9 levels of the astral origin art. Once one reached the peak of 9 levels and the 9 levels of the astral origin art combined, one could become the only chaotic star master in history. Turning the chaotic universe into a chessboard and everything in the world into chess pieces. The terror of this was not something that could be described with words. Simply put, the astral origin art was divided into 9 levels. Every time Yi Xian cultivated a level, he would comprehend an ancient formation. There were a total of 9 formations in the astral origin art. When Yi Xian cultivated the star origin incantation to the 9th layer, he would also control the 9 great formations. When he could fuse the 9 great formations into one, he would transform into the legendary Chaos Star Master. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian had comprehended the first level of the astral origin art, he didn't cultivate the Chaotic Star Master's inheritance. Some people might wonder why Yi Xian had comprehended the first level of the astral origin art but didn't cultivate it. The reason was simple. It was mentioned before that a person's energy was limited, and there was also a saying that one shouldn't bite off more than they could chew. Yi Xian wasn't Lu Bai. He didn't have Lu Bai's #1 talent. He cultivated the power of time and space and the power of nirvanic extermination. Just these 2 supreme techniques were enough to exhaust him. If he continued to cultivate the astral origin incantation, his cultivation base would be too heterogeneous. Not only would it not make him stronger, it would also drag down his own cultivation base. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's plan, the astral origin art was meant for his avatar to cultivate. It wasn't just the astral origin art. There was also the boundless secular world technique. Only in this way could Yi Xian have the best of both worlds. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was so eager to collect the primal chaos 5 elemental beads. Only by cultivating an external incarnation could he carry out his plan. Although Yi Xian hadn't cultivated the first level of the astral origin art, he had a crazy idea that he was putting into action. Body refinement. Yes, it was body refinement. Yi Xian made a bold guess. Every time he cultivated the astral origin art to a new level, he would gain control of an ancient grand formation. If he could engrave this formation on his body, wouldn't it make his body terrifying to the extreme? Yi Xian placed great importance on the strength of his physical body. In the past, he had relied on his terrifying physical body to achieve success in every endeavor. Therefore, he placed great importance on the refinement of his physical body. What kind of person was Yi Xian? He was a daring person who dared to do crazy things for the sake of his cultivation base. Therefore, Yi Xian dared to do whatever he wanted. At this moment, he was acting according to his crazy idea. Ah! Inside the myriad spirit sky palace, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air, starlight runes intertwining on his body. Extremely shrill screams of pain reverberated throughout the myriad spirits palace. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. Large amounts of cold sweat drenched Yi Xian's entire body. Large amounts of blood mist gradually seeped out of his body. The veins on his forehead wriggled like maggots. This was proof of the terrifying torture Yi Xian was enduring. Primal Chaos Spirit Gathering Formation. This was the first level of the astral origin art that Yi Xian had comprehended. He had engraved this formation on his body while he was still alive. That kind of pain that was worse than death was practically enough to shatter Yi Xian's soul. Yi Xian's method was undoubtedly crazy. No one had ever done something like this before. It must be known that every Yuan Hui could only produce one Chaos Star Master, and Chaos Star Masters did not cultivate their bodies. They relied entirely on the Tao of formations to defeat their enemies. They were also compatible with the chaotic universe. At this moment, Yi Xian was doing the opposite. He engraved the first formation he'd comprehended onto his own body. This was something that no one dared to imagine. If he wasn't careful, his body might collapse. Yi Xian did not know if the previous 9 Chaos Star Masters had done this before, but he knew that he was on the right path. Although his body felt like it was about to explode, he could completely feel that his body was undergoing a qualitative upgrade. Bind! Yi Xian formed a seal with both of his hands as he let out a loud roar. Rays of starlight continuously engraved onto his body, and extremely profound star runes appeared on the surface of his body, causing him to appear mysterious and profound at a glance. Time passed. After 1,000 years, Yi Xian was completely covered by a nebula. Only an obscure aura faintly seeped out. Bang! Suddenly, the nebula exploded, and Yi Xian's figure appeared. His entire body was erupting with resplendent starlight. The spiritual qi in the surroundings whistled toward him. Buzz! Yi Xian seemed to have transformed into a spiritual qi whirlpool. His entire body was covered by spiritual qi. Starlight runes appeared on his body, interweaving into a strange formation that constantly flowed on the surface of his body. Success! Yi Xian muttered to himself. The formation runes on his body gradually faded away, but his skin was as white as jade and faintly revealed an oppressive aura. Chaos Spirit Gathering Formation. This is only the first formation of the astral origin art, but it already allows my body to automatically absorb the spiritual qi of the world and continuously transform my body. This Chaos Star Master's inheritance is truly terrifying, Yi Xian muttered excitedly. No one knew what Yi Xian was feeling at that moment. He was extremely excited. In the past, Yi Xian's body had to be personally refined by him. It could be said that it consumed a lot of his energy. However, after engraving the Chaos Spirit Gathering formation, his body began to automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual chi, constantly strengthening his body. Although it was not obvious yet, one had to know that the body was automatically absorbing spiritual chi. Under the situation of accumulation over time, there would definitely be an unimaginable transformation. Engraving the first formation of the astral origin art. Although it was very risky, it seems like it was worth it, Yi Xian muttered to himself. Spiritual Sun, Sacred Emissary Purple Spirit has returned. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, he heard a voice from outside. This also brought Yi Xian back to reality. Chapter 1181. Got it. I'll go welcome Sacred Emissary Purple Spirit now. Yi Xian said as he walked outside. He wasn't surprised by Purple Spirit's return. Back then, Purple Spirit had gone to the ruins of the Tianyuan Kingdom, but she hadn't found anything. After that, she had been searching for the Chaos Star Master's inheritance in the southern Dou region, but she hadn't found anything useful. During this period of time, Yi Xian had also met Violet Spirit several times. Under Yi Xian's intentional fawning, Violet Spirit's relationship with him wasn't as unfamiliar as before. Instead, they became more familiar with each other and even started to address each other as brother and sister. That's just how women are. Yi Xian understood women too well. Under his flattery, Purple Spirit was naturally very friendly to him. One had to admit that Yi Xian's methods were superb. Face-retaining pills, fountain of youth, all kinds of strange things, and all kinds of things that Purple Spirit had never seen before. Yi Xian used almost everything he could think of. As the saying goes, everyone has a love for beauty, especially women who value their looks the most. Even the Purple Spirit was not an exception. Purple Spirit had a lot of cultivation resources, but she didn't have any face-retaining pills, fountain of youth, and other spiritual items because they were useless for cultivation. When she took the first face-retaining pill, she realized that her appearance had become more exquisite. She was overjoyed and took all the face-retaining pills from Yi Xian. Under Yi Xian's flattery, Purple Spirit completely treated Yi Xian as one of her own. She didn't care about finding the Chaos Star Master's inheritance anymore. Instead, she spent every day with Yi Xian and occasionally went to the mortal world to play. She was like a little girl who had never seen the world. Little brother. Purple Spirit walked into the Myriad Spirit Palace. Yi Xian went to welcome her with a smile and even shamelessly called her big sister Purple Spirit. Big sister, you've been gone for 1,000 years. Did you find any clues about the Chaos Star Master? Yi Xian smiled. Sigh. At the mention of the Chaos Star Masters, Violet Spirit let out a long sigh. We don't have any clues at all. I really don't know how to explain this to the Heaven Master. Sister, there's no need to worry. Chaos Star Masters are extraordinary. I'm sure the Heavenly Master won't blame you, Yi Xian said hypocritically. The Heavenly Master has always thought highly of me. Although he won't blame me for not completing the mission this time, I still feel like I've let the Heavenly Master down, Violet Spirit said, ashamed. By the way, didn't you say you were going to give me a present when I came back? Violet Spirit's eyes lit up as she looked at Yi Xian expectantly. Little brother naturally didn't forget. Elder sister, what is this? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand and he eagerly offered it to Violet Spirit. This is. Violet Spirit was slightly taken aback. She really didn't recognize the pill in Yi Xian's hand. This is the Extreme Beauty Pill. When a woman takes this pill, her complexion will glow. It can also cleanse her meridians and make her even more beautiful. Of course, with elder sister's peerless appearance and cultivation, you naturally don't need this. Little brother is just icing on the cake, Yi Xian said flatteringly. Little brother, thank you. Violet Spirit happily accepted the pill with a happy expression. The more she looked at Yi Xian, the more she liked him. Why didn't she realize that this ninth spirit son was so pleasing to the eye? Looking at Violet Spirit's excited expression, Yi Xian's lips curled into a strange smile. It was easy for him to please a woman who hadn't seen much of the world. Elder sister, I've also prepared some mortal toys for you. As Yi Xian spoke, he waved his hand and summoned some small toys made by skilled craftsmen. The two of them immediately started fiddling with them in full swing. To be honest, Yi Xian had no interest in these things at all. If not for Violet Spirit's childlike fondness for these things, he wouldn't have bothered to make them. But Yi Xian really had a barrier in his heart. To call a little girl elder sister, even if Yi Xian was extremely black-bellied, he still felt a little embarrassed. Of course, Violet Spirit's age was much older than his, but her knowledge and temperament were still stuck in the age of a young girl. To Yi Xian, Violet Spirit was just a silly little girl who didn't know what it meant to have a sinister heart. According to Yi Xian's deduction, Violet Spirit had always been by the side of the Lord of all spirits and had never experienced any hardships. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Although she was a little arrogant, as long as he made good use of her, she would be a sharp weapon in his hands. Report. Just as Yi Xian was accompanying Violet Spirit in fiddling with these little toys, a guard walked in quickly. What's the matter? Yi Xian strode over to the guard, but Violet Spirit was still focused on fiddling with the little toys Yi Xian had given her and did not notice the guard's arrival. Lingzi, the water spirit pearl has been found. Oh. Where is it? Yi Xian's eyes lit up, a look of ecstasy flashing across his eyes. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. He never thought that the last water spirit pearl would actually appear. It's. The guard hesitated, his face pale. Looking at the guard's trembling face, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat and his eyes narrowed. Where is it? Feeling Yi Xian's cold gaze, the guard hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Returning to the spirit child, the water spirit pearl has indeed been found. However, this item is in the Undying Branch Hall. The two supreme elders came to ask for it, but they were severely injured. Undying Division. Yi Xian was suddenly stunned, and his expression instantly became complicated. Because the Undying Division was an orthodoxy under the Undying Heaven Palace, and also a division in the Southern Do Great Region. Yi Xian was very clear that the 5 great regions had branches of the 10 major orthodoxies. It was just that the 10th epoch was controlled by the 10,000 Spirit Heaven Palace. The other 9 orthodoxies were aloof and rarely appeared in the world. He did not expect the water spirit pearl to be in the Undying Division. Who injured the 2 grand elders? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Venerable Water Yuan, also the current Hall Master of the Undying Division. His cultivation is at the Nirvana realm, and it is rumored that he is about to step into the Origin Returning realm. That is why the 2 grand elders were defeated. The guard spoke in fear. I understand, you may leave. Yi Xian nodded slowly, and the guard also hurriedly left. Undying Division. Venerable Water Yuan. A trace of killing intent flashed across Yi Xian's eyes, and a cruel smile curled up from the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian knew that he was not a match for a Nirvana creation realm existence. However, he must obtain the water spirit pearl, and it was also time for this silly woman, Violet Spirit, to use her. However, the other party was from the Undying Heaven Palace, and this was indeed a little difficult. After all, the Undying Heaven Palace was an orthodoxy created by the Undying Heaven Lord. Although the 10th epoch was controlled by the 10,000 Spirit Heaven Palace, the Undying Heaven Palace would not be afraid of the 10,000 Spirit Heaven Palace. However, Yi Xian did not care whether the other party was from the Undying Heaven Palace or not. Even if the 2 orthodoxies fought to the death, it had nothing to do with him. Big sister, little brother has a request. Yi Xian made up his mind and strode towards Violet Spirit. The big sister in his mouth was unusually affectionate, and his face revealed a difficult expression. Chapter 1182. Don't tell me you want me to help you kill this venerable water yuan. Violet's spirit frowned. I dare not lie to you, sister. The reason I gathered the Chaos 5 elemental bead is to return to the 9 Heavens Saint King realm. I've already found the other 4 beads and I'm only missing the last one. If you don't help me, I don't know when I'll be able to cultivate to the 9 Heavens Saint King realm again. Yi Xian pretended to sigh. Little brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. You must know that the Immortal Heaven Palace is aloof from worldly affairs and has never interfered with our 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. Although our 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace is in charge of the 10th Aeon, the Heavenly Lord has ordered us not to fight with the 9 Supreme Orthodoxies. Violet's spirit explained with a troubled expression. Big sister, you misunderstood. Actually, I only want to obtain this water spirit pearl, not to form an enmity with the undying Heavenly Palace. With your cultivation and status, I believe that venerable water yuan will definitely give you face. Yi Xian said softly. As the saying goes, one's mouth is soft when one receives gifts. Although Violet's spirit had some misgivings, she couldn't really reject Yi Xian's request. Moreover, it was just a water spirit bead. Violet's spirit didn't think it was difficult to do. Alright, I'll go with you to the Immortal Palace. However, we mustn't fight. You must remember. Violet's spirit finally agreed. However, she didn't forget to remind Yi Xian. Thank you, sister. I will never forget your kindness. Yi Xian smiled hypocritically and thanked Violet's spirit repeatedly. As for whether they would fight, it wasn't up to Violet's spirit to decide. The Immortal Palace. Venerable Water Yuan sat on the main seat with 8 elders on both sides. Many disciples bowed to the palace. The entire Immortal Palace was extremely quiet. The 10,000 Spirit Palace is getting more and more out of hand. They even dare to come to me and ask for the Chaos Water Spirit Bead. Venerable Water Yuan said coldly. Palace Master, the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace is like the sun in the sky. With them in charge of the 10th Aeon, it's expected that they would act without any scruples. An elder spoke up. Humph, Venerable Water Yuan snorted coldly and said, back then, our immortal heavenly palace once ruled over a Yuan Hui. The immortal heavenly lord suppressed the primal chaos from ancient to modern times. Even if the current era isn't ruled by the immortal heavenly lord, our immortal heavenly palace isn't easy to bully. As soon as Venerable Shui Yuan finished speaking, everyone present chimed in one after another. They did not take the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace to heart. To put it bluntly, the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace's history was only slightly more than 100 million years, while the immortal Heavenly Palace had survived for several epochs. Even among the 10 strongest orthodoxies, they were definitely ranked in the top 5. The Immortal. Immortal 2. After the 10th Aeon, the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace would end the rule of this Aeon. When the next Aeon began, the Master of all spirits would pass down a decree to let his orthodoxy fade out of the stage of the chaotic world. He would wait for the next Immortal to be born and take charge of the new Aeon. This was a rule that all the 10 great orthodoxies knew. No one knew why this rule existed, but no one dared to violate the order of the Immortal. However, although the top 10 orthodoxies would not fight too fiercely, they would still compete for the seat of the strongest of all time in the next Yuan Hui. This was also the unchanging law of the chaotic world, and the strongest of all time acquiesced to this matter. The Immortal Heaven Palace was full of talents in this generation. The divine son they cultivated was extremely terrifying. It was said that he had reached the Yin-Yang realm and was a popular candidate for the next Aeon. Report. Just as Venerable Water Yuan and others were talking, a disciple quickly entered the Immortal Heaven Palace. He looked panicked. Why are you so flustered? Venerable Water Yuan frowned. Palace Master, someone from the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace is waiting outside. The disciple said in a panic. Humph. Venerable Water Yuan's face turned cold. I just taught them a lesson, and they still don't know when to stop. The people from the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace are too arrogant. Did they tell us their names? An elder asked. One claimed to be the 9th spiritual son, and the other was a woman called Purple Spirit. The disciple quickly replied. What? Venerable Water Yuan's face changed drastically. He stood up abruptly. His face was full of shock, and his aura instantly became heavy. Purple Spirit. Venerable Water Yuan looked solemn. He was very sure that the person called Purple Spirit in the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace must be the extremely terrifying woman. Purple Spirit was the maid of the Master of 10,000 Spirit Sky. This was definitely not a secret among the major sections. Venerable Water Yuan did not expect that she would come to the Great Southern Do region and personally come to the Immortal Heaven Palace. However, Venerable Water Yuan was not very afraid. After all, he was backed by the Immortal Heaven Palace. Even if Purple Spirit's cultivation was a realm higher than his, she would not dare to behave atrociously in the Immortal Heaven Palace. Very well, let me meet this sacred emissary Purple Spirit. Venerable Water Yuan said in a low voice and strode out of the Immortal Heaven Palace. The other elders and disciples quickly followed. This was the so-called foundation of a major sect. Even in the face of a powerful enemy, they had no fear at all. This was the terrifying aspect of the 9 great orthodoxies. In the outside world, Yi Xian and Purple Spirit stood side by side. The two were chatting happily. Of course, Yi Xian was the one talking. He would occasionally flatter Purple Spirit, and Purple Spirit would occasionally laugh in joy. Yi Xian was a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Before he had absolute strength, he wanted to use everything he could to achieve his goals. As for his so-called status, he naturally had to lower himself a little. Ha ha ha. I've always heard of sacred emissary Purple Spirit's fame in the Central Territory. Today, I see that the rumors are true. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came. Venerable Water Yuan led the elders towards Yi Xian and Purple Spirit. In less than 3 breaths, they arrived before the two. Your Venerable Water Yuan. The smile on Purple Spirit's face disappeared. Her attitude returned to being arrogant. Clearly, Purple Spirit was able to chat and laugh with Yi Xian because she treated Yi Xian as one of her own. However, to outsiders, she was a sacred emissary of the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. Naturally, she had her pride. I'm Shui Yuan. Greetings, fellow Taoist Purple Spirit. Venerable Water Yuan was neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his fists slightly, indicating that he had interacted with Purple Spirit before. Although his cultivation was not as strong as Purple Spirit, he represented the Immortal Heaven Palace. If he showed any humble attitude, it would be a disgrace to the Immortal Heaven Palace. Purple Spirit did not mind Venerable Water Yuan's attitude. After all, he was a member of the Immortal Heaven Palace. Both of them were on the same level. Moreover, she came here to help Yi Xian ask for the Water Spirit Pearl. She was not here to cause trouble. Chapter 1183. Fellow Taoist Shui Yuan, I heard that you have a chaotic Water Spirit Pearl. I, Hall Lingzi, happen to need it to heal my injuries. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Of course, my 10,000 Spirit Palace will not take your things for free. I have 100 Spirit Pill here that I can exchange with you. After saying that, Ziling flipped her hand to summon out a milky white medicinal pill. A medicinal aroma wafted out from it. Just inhaling a whiff of the medicinal aroma was enough to make one's cultivation base rise and fall. Clearly, this medicinal pill was a precious treasure. 100 Spirit Pill. Venerable Shui Yuan's eyes lit up. The 10,000 Spirit Palace had several kinds of pills that were treasures for cultivation. 10 Spirit Pill, 100 Spirit Pill, 1,000 Spirit Pill, and the legendary 10,000 Spirit Pill. The 100 Spirit Pill in Violet Spirit's hand was enough for her cultivation to improve greatly. Exchanging the 100 Spirit Pill for the Chaotic Water Spirit Pearl was indeed fair. Although Venerable Shui Yuan was a little tempted, he still shook his head and refused. Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit, although the 100 Spirit Pill is good, I can't exchange it with you because I cultivate the 3-origin holy water technique. This chaotic water spirit pearl is comparable to my life. I hope you can understand. How about 2? Violet Spirit frowned and took out another 100 Spirit Pill. This also caused Yi Xian to slightly raise his eyebrows. It seemed that this little girl, Violet Spirit, was indeed rich. She could casually take out 200 Spirit Pills. It was likely that she still had countless treasures in her heaven and earth pouch. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to exchange it with you, but the chaotic water spirit pearl has already fused with my saint soul. If I take it out by force, it will definitely harm my life. Venerable Shui Yuan refused tactfully. This. Violet Spirit frowned after hearing Venerable Shui Yuan's explanation. It seemed that he really couldn't take out the chaotic water spirit pearl. It seemed that she really couldn't help Yi Xian this time. In that case, we will. Violet Spirit was just about to leave. Since she couldn't exchange it, there was no need for her and Yi Xian to stay. Furthermore, according to Violet Spirit's thoughts, it was merely a chaotic water spirit bead. There were still over 10 of these beads left in the Myriad Miles Sky Palace. As long as she brought Yi Xian back to the Grand Central Territory, she could take one out and give it to Yi Xian. It was only a matter of time. Unfortunately, even though Violet Spirit's idea was good, Yi Xian simply couldn't wait until he reached the Great Central Region to obtain the Water Spirit Pearl. This was because he wanted to cultivate an avatar before heading to the Grand Central Region. This was his true goal and also a life-saving measure. Without waiting for Violet Spirit to bid farewell and leave, Yi Xian took a step forward and coldly snorted as he shouted, "You injured 2 supreme elders of my 10,000 Spirit Palace. Don't tell me you don't want to give me an explanation. Little brother, you." Violet Spirit's expression changed. She never thought that Yi Xian would actually make things difficult for Venerable Water Yuan. In fact, this matter was just a small matter to Violet Spirit because it was impossible for the 10 great orthodoxies to not have any conflicts before. Basically, they had all been reduced to small matters. This was also the reason why she didn't mention this matter before. 9th Spiritual Son, what is the meaning of this? If it was the divine son of the Immortal Heaven Palace, Venerable Water Yuan wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. However, he wouldn't allow the spiritual son of the Myriad Spirit Sky Palace to humiliate him. What do I mean? Yi Xian smiled sinisterly and said, "It was indeed rash of my 2 grand elders to ask for the Water Spirit Pearl. However, by injuring them, it means that you have no respect for my Myriad Spirit Sky Palace. All lands under the heavens belong to the king. All lands under the heavens belong to the king. My Myriad Spirit Sky Palace is in charge of the 10th Yuan Hui. All orthodoxies must submit to us. Don't you understand this principle?" Yi Xian shouted. Ha ha ha. Venerable Water Yuan laughed maniacally and looked at Yi Xian sinisterly. He said, "You can say this to any orthodoxy, but it definitely doesn't include my Immortal Heaven Palace. My Immortal Heaven Lord has existed since time immemorial. My Immortal Heaven Palace has existed for many Yuan Hui. Even during the dark era of the Heaven-Devouring Devil Palace, the Heaven-Devouring Devil Palace didn't dare to say such arrogant words to my Immortal Heaven Palace. How dare you?" Yi Xian pretended to be furious. A blood moon rose behind him and struck a great arc towards Venerable Water Yuan. However, Venerable Water Yuan was in the Nirvana creation realm. He didn't care about Yi Xian's attack at all. What ninth spiritual son? You are merely in the great sage king realm. Not to mention my whole spiritual son, you are still far from being comparable to me. Rumble. The water curtain covered the sky and the holy light of creation. Venerable Water Yuan's 5 fingers reached up to the sky and slapped down on Yi Xian. The whole area turned into a vast ocean and slammed down on Yi Xian violently. How dare you! Violet Spirit's face was cold and her voice was like a 10,000-year-old glacier. She didn't seem to have done anything. She merely stretched out her jade-like hand and the whole area collapsed instantly. The water curtain that covered the sky exploded. Barf! Venerable Water Yuan staggered back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he couldn't even block a single attack from an extreme Yin realm master. Well. It seems that your 10,000 Spirit Palace wants to declare war on my Immortal Heaven Palace. The corner of Venerable Water Yuan's mouth was stained with blood. Violet Spirit's attack had injured him quite a bit. This also caused him to roar furiously at Yi Xian and the other two. So what if we declare war? Do you really think that my 10,000 Spirit Palace is afraid of your Immortal Heaven Palace? Yi Xian added fuel to the fire without any hesitation. Little brother, don't talk nonsense. Violet Spirit hurriedly reprimanded him because this was no laughing matter. If the two orthodoxies started a war over such a trivial matter, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences even if she was the maid of the master of 10,000 Spirit Palace. Sister, you came here in person and this Venerable Water Yuan didn't give you any face. If what happened today is spread out, you'll be ridiculed by others. They'll even say that our 10,000 Spirit Palace is afraid of the Immortal Heaven Palace. How are we going to survive when we return to the Grand Central Territory? Yi Xian secretly transmitted his voice to Violet Spirit. But, he's from the Immortal Heaven Palace. Violet Spirit hesitated. Clearly, Violet Spirit still had some reservations. If she really went all out, she was afraid that it would cause a conflict between the two orthodoxies. What are you afraid of? Venerable Water Yuan is just a manifestation realm cultivator. Will the Immortal Heaven Palace really start a war with my 10,000 Spirit Palace over such a small figure? Even if the Immortal Heaven Palace starts a war with my 10,000 Spirit Palace over a manifestation realm cultivator, my 10,000 Spirit Palace is in charge of the 10th Yuan Hui. Under the leadership of the Master of 10,000 Spirit Palace, we can sweep through the entire Grand Central Territory. Why would we be afraid of the Immortal Heaven Palace? Yi Xian was glib-tongued and incited Violet Spirit continuously. Violet Spirit was too naive. When she heard Yi Xian's words, her gaze froze. Just as Yi Xian said, why should she back down? The 10,000 Spirit Palace was the leader of the 10th Yuan Hui. The other party was just a manifestation realm cultivator. So what if she killed him? Little brother is right. My 10,000 Spirit Palace has swept through the entire Grand Central Territory. How can we back down today? Violet Spirit's face turned cold. Killing intent flashed across her eyes as she looked at Venerable Water Yuan. What are you trying to do? Venerable Water Yuan was shocked. He could clearly feel Violet Spirit's killing intent. This also made his expression change and a great sense of fear rose in his heart. He had no chance of survival if he was targeted by a manifestation realm cultivator. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Kill him. Yi Xian was definitely an expert in bewitching people, especially a little girl like Violet Spirit who hadn't experienced much of the world. Go to hell for this lady. Violet Spirit stretched out her jade-like hand. The world around them was collapsing. Venerable Water Yuan screamed in horror, but his entire body was instantly smashed into pieces by Violet Spirit's palm. He turned into a mist of blood and scattered in the air. He did not even have the strength to resist. Hiss. Such a scene made even Yi Xian gasp. He finally saw how terrifying Violet Spirit was. He also saw the terrifying power of the Yin-Yang realm. One strike, just one strike from a manifestation realm cultivator, and a second manifestation realm cultivator could not even resist. In an instant, not even a trace of his body was left. Yi Xian's heart trembled. This was not a tremble of fear, but a tremble of excitement. He knew that sooner or later, he would catch up to Violet Spirit. He would also have such a terrifying cultivation. Chapter 1184. What a pity, what a pity. Seeing Venerable Water Yuan turn into a bloody mist, Yi Xian felt his heart ache. This was a great supplement, but he couldn't use the Tribulation Transcender technique to devour it. Little brother, here you go. Violet Spirit returned with a primal Chaos Water Spirit bead in her hand. She tossed it over to Yi Xian. The Hall Master is dead. The disciples of the Undying Hall cried out in horror and fled in all directions. Even the 8 great elders didn't dare to stay. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots, kill them all. Yi Xian's eyes were malicious. He took a step forward and was about to kill all of the disciples of the Undying Branch Hall. He even wanted to charge into the Undying Branch Hall and plunder all of their treasures. Unfortunately, before Yi Xian could make a move, Violet Spirit instantly stopped him. She frowned and said, "Little brother, it's fine if you kill Venerable Water Yuan, but if you destroy the Undying Branch Hall, you absolutely cannot do such a thing." Obviously, killing Venerable Water Yuan was something Violet Spirit could handle, but destroying the orthodoxies of the Undying Hall was definitely not a small matter. It would definitely lead to a disaster. Yi Xian frowned. He wanted to continue to persuade Violet Spirit, but when he saw her frown, he knew he couldn't be too hasty. Big sister is right, I was too impulsive. Yi Xian chuckled. Let's go. Since they had obtained the Chaos Water Spirit bead, there was no need for the two to stay here. Under Violet Spirit's command, the two turned into streaks of light and disappeared. All Spirits Hall. Violet Spirit's face was calm. She shook her head and sighed from time to time. Although she had killed Venerable Water Yuan on impulse, she still regretted it after calming down. Little brother, this kind of thing can't be done in the future. What we did is equivalent to killing people and stealing treasures. Although I can calm this matter down, it will damage our reputation if it spreads to the main hall, Violet Spirit said softly. Little brother is ashamed to have implicated big sister. Yi Xian sighed hypocritically. Looking at Yi Xian's ashamed expression, Violet Spirit felt that her words might have been too harsh. Forget it. It's just a small matter. However, I need to settle this matter first. During this period of time, you can focus on recuperating from your injuries. When I return, we'll return to the Grand Central Region together, instructed Violet Spirit. This little brother obeys. Yi Xian bowed respectfully, his entire person appearing extremely humble. Violet Spirit nodded and gave Yi Xian a few more instructions. Then, she turned into a stream of light and left the All Spirits Palace. Obviously, she was going to settle the matter with Reverend Shui Yuan. Seeing that Ziling had disappeared into the distance, the smile on Yi Xian's face gradually disappeared. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful smile, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian, you've bewitched this girl into trusting you completely. It seems that she'll be of great help to you when you go to the Grand Central Region, Gai Tianyuan said in a timely manner. She's the maid of the All Spirits Palace Lord. Wherever she goes, she'll be the center of attention. There are many things that she can do for me, and I'll have plenty of time to strengthen myself, Yi Xian said with a cold smile. However, it's also thanks to this little girl that I was able to collect the Chaos Elemental beads. Finally, I can cultivate an avatar before I go to the Grand Central Region, Yi Xian said with a smile. Yi Xian, I must remind you that avatars have a slim chance of surviving. Who knows how many peerless geniuses have fallen while cultivating this technique. I hope you'll think twice before you act, advised Gai Tianyuan. If Yi Xian died, Gai Tianyuan would die as well. This was why Gai Tianyuan did not want Yi Xian to cultivate this technique. Unfortunately, Yi Xian turned a deaf ear to Gai Tianyuan's advice. Yi Xian believed that he could cultivate an avatar, and this was extremely important to him. Rumble. The palace doors of the 10,000 Spirit Palace rumbled as they closed. Yi Xian officially entered closed-door cultivation. Before entering closed-door cultivation, he warned everyone in the 10,000 Spirit Palace that no one was allowed to disturb his closed-door cultivation without his permission. Inside the All-Spirits Palace, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air as the primal five-element stone floated in front of him. There was also a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures piled up like a mountain, causing the entire myriad spirit palace to be illuminated in a myriad of colors. If you want to cultivate an avatar, you'll need to use the most powerful flames to melt the chaos elemental beads and these heavenly treasures to forge an avatar. Gai Tianyuan's voice rang out in Yi Xian's ears. Of course, I know. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The aura around him suddenly surged. The five-colored flame burned around him. It was the chaos five-colored mystic flame that he had refined years ago. Yi Xian did not know what kind of flame could be considered powerful. However, the five-colored mystic flame produced by the variant Chaos Saint Tribulation was definitely not a problem to forge an avatar. Refine. Yi Xian formed a seal with both hands. The five-colored mystic flame whizzed out and swallowed the chaos elemental beads and a large number of heavenly treasures in an instant. Sizzle. Under the intense heat of the five-colored mystic flame, these heavenly treasures instantly melted into a ball of crystal-clear liquid. However, the five spiritual stones did not change. They were still shining brightly under the five-colored mystic flame. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He knew that the chaos elemental beads were extremely sturdy. According to the introduction of the Avatar's secret technique, it would take 100 years to melt the chaos elemental beads. Time passed little by little. In just 30 years, the chaos elemental beads had melted into 5 balls of liquid. It was 70 years earlier than expected. However, Yi Xian was not surprised. After all, the five-colored mystic flame was extremely powerful. It would definitely be fiercer than other flames. Yi Xian was not surprised that the five-colored mystic flame could melt the 5 spiritual stones 70 years earlier. Condense. When all the materials had melted into liquid, Yi Xian began to forge a body according to the Avatar's secret technique. The process took a long time. It took a total of 500 years for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had to be extra careful when forging the avatar. This was because this was his second life. Moreover, he needed this avatar to cultivate the boundless secular technique and the astral origin formula. Naturally, he had to forge this avatar to perfection. Phew! When 500 years had elapsed, Yi Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His tense nerves finally relaxed a little. A body had appeared before him. Sparkling and translucent, multicolored light shone resplendently. A body that was identical to Yi Xian's bloomed with light. This was simply another Yi Xian. Good. Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. He looked at this avatar body with joy. The excitement on his face was extremely strong. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with this avatar body that he had forged. Kid, forging an avatar body is very simple. However, what comes next is very dangerous. Are you sure you want to continue? Gai Tianyuan asked in a gloomy voice. The avatar body was a great divine ability. It was also a very widespread divine ability. Many great sects had this divine ability. However, the number of people who could cultivate it could be counted on one's fingers. Forging an avatar body was very simple. However, if one wanted to cultivate an avatar body, the nurturing process would be terrifying. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.